Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that said, happy 223 2022. Um, we made it through the historical day. And well, here we are on the other side. So, hey, discussion. Uh, so, there are lots of things that were supposed to have happened by now, okay, this month. And all the presumptions of what was going to happen today, all kinds of stuff. And at this point, I haven't really seen nothing of any real huge, great, like, wait a minute, maybe the world is coming to an end. Wings of Might, Jody. Hi, Chloe. How are you? So there are so many different. 2 minutes till. Yeah, I got here. I got everything scrambled on. I had other things that I was kind of sort of wanted to talk about this morning, tonight thing. And it was like, well, but, you know, this seems like a really good discussion since here we are and all these things we were promised that was going to happen before today, on today, or so. I guess it still is the 22nd in the United States somewhere, right? Not here on the East Coast anymore. So I guess we're still open for interpretation, right? But it's like, well, okay. Um, so these spiritual openings, did the event happen? Did a blinding light flash, come in and um, somehow illuminate us all? And that we're all now on a different spiritual plane. Or have we woke up? Have we made that transition yet? Has the rapture come yet? So many different levels of what today was supposed to be because of the date, because of the numerology. And it's like, I used to get really excited about certain things, and so because of the oddity of the date, I was like, I wonder if there is, you know, there could be something to this. A lightning bolt from a thunderstorm is the only flash I saw. Yeah. Um, I got so hot today that, I was going like this and the sun caught me in the corner of the eye and that flash blinded me for a moment. But, that was me and the sweat in my eye. But anyway, um, so I'm always making observations. And like the last couple of nights, it was, hey, David, how are you? Is it 20 yet? Yes, actually, oh, it's 20 or 21. Doesn't matter. Close enough, right? It's 21. I missed it. Okay. So catch up with me. Or I did one just before I started the show. So at the 16 mark. Ooh, goodness gracious. So, with all the things that were supposed to have happened by now this month, I ain't hardly seen hiding her hair or nothing that even resembles any of that which has been discussed for a while. I mean, even last year, who, you know, February, 2022, the 2022, and and any two in this month so far, you know, the 22 is going bye bye as we speak, right? As it gets, past 12 o'clock here. So it's officially the 23rd here on the East Coast. So I guess anything could happen, but the thing that I've been keeping an eye on, and hey, Barry, how are you? Rick and Morty, yeah. Um, I feel a burp coming on, like, anyway. So, but what has got me today in looking for those things that, what are people picking up on is like today's the day when this is the start of the end. Okay, so everybody's focused on the Ukraine now. I have made mention, without going into tremendous detail about it, in passing and so forth, because if y'all think that Russia is trying to invade. Well, today, Putin and whoever it was with the country, they signed a deal, okay, that Russia recognizes this country, okay? And the country says, we want Russia to come to our aid if anything happens. So now everybody's going, oh my God, the war has just started. Now, if Russia and the country have made an agreement, a pact, and have an understanding, we ain't there, right? That somehow, this is Armageddon because Russia has put the move on this country to force them into accepting this deal when that ain't it at all. Because the Ukraine started during Obama's presidency with our now current president Biden, who was VP at the time, and his son, who should be sent to the Ukraine, and they should line him up in front of a firing squad and let all the people who were harmed by this man take a shot at him. And if he's dead, let him just keep shooting at him because he deserves it. Because the United States, by the act of Vice President Biden and his son Hunter, which started the oil thing going on over in the Ukraine, they're the ones that started this mess. Okay. And so now through all of that, because a lot of us have been like paying attention. And because Hunter Biden had gone to this and that, there was issues back when uh, Biden was vice president. Okay. So, quite simply, so now that they are working this out between them, there are people who aren't happy with this because they are seeing it as Russia being the oppressor and forcing this country, because they've got all these tanks and everything on the border, that if you don't sign this, we're going to invade you. And that ain't it. See? So there are people who see this as the war, World War III has just begun. Are you serious? I mean, and some of these people that I'm like, what? How are you taking this backwards? I thought y'all were smarter than this. I mean, honestly, I thought y'all were like paying attention to the news and things, and that you should like watch RT once in a while and catch up, and watch what Putin's saying and not what somebody says Putin's saying, Well, Putin had a meeting with this guy and they discussed this stuff, and it couldn't have been good. Well, they signed this pact. Who forced these people, into, Putin and Russia showed their hand, and forced these people into, would you, what? So folks are making this current situation happened yesterday, the 22nd, as like the this is the beginning of World War III. I'm sorry. I'm really worried about some of these people now because they're so actively seeking the apocalypse because of this being all the twos in this month, and then lining up yesterday, or still part of today, and that it must be this earth shattering. Now, it's going to be interesting as to how this develops. Um, but these two folks make an agreement, sign a pact, everything's hunky dory. Nobody's got a gun out or a knife to each other's throats. And they have been saying this for a long time. They have said, um, to the I can't remember the guy's name, but anyway, he told Biden to butt out, to stop making this an issue. So now Biden's going to, sanctions against Russia. Okay, you know, it's Biden and his son who started this mess. Okay. And I'm just saying, so, but for people to have taken what seemed to me to be like a really sweet deal, they sat down in front of God and everybody and said, Here, let's sign this deal. Let's make everybody understand that we're together on this. And people around the world are going, Oh my God, this means war. What the hell? I'm just, what the hell? What the hell? These people are really nuts. I mean, oh, we just signed a peace treaty. We're going to war. I mean, okay. Um, let's all have another. Are you a non-dualist? I have no idea what that means, honestly. A non-dualist? Interesting. Hey, SB Project, how are you? David Castle. Um, uh, is Pearl in the house? Honestly, 7647. Are you a non-dualist? Not a clue. Barry says, I was in NATO. Think Russia has never been an enemy. No, they haven't been. It's all been a facade. It's all been, now the days before Putin. And some of them, some of the old guard back when, oh, who was that drunken slob that was in there for so long that, he was always smashed, Um, but now them guys were, and back in the days of the Cold War and stuff, in the middle of this entire conversation about Putin, my phone gives me a notification about why do Democrats hate Putin? That's coincidence from a news feed pop up on my phone. Now that's interesting. Talk about synchronicity, right? But now for those of you who know that I watch Dante, right, and the channel with the cause, but Dante showed some things about Putin and what Putin's been doing, and I listen to and read what he says, and watch it myself, and go, this guy's being straight across the board. He is telling it like it is. He's having these conversations with these people, and he's speaking in a way that everybody can understand him, right? versus our president Biden, who's like bumble fumble, scratch my back, where's my mask at, Julianne? Who's Julianne? I don't know. It just came to my mind, So they're taking this, excuse my French, it ain't, but this bumblefuck idiot of a president, and they're taking his word for, the sky is falling, and that Putin and Russia and whoever, I can't remember the guy's name, but that signed this peace treaty today, and they're the ones that are starting the war. And the news columns are reading, all the other nations are gathering together because of the stance that Russia made today. They signed a fucking peace treaty. I wasn't going to lose it, but there you go. What? Okay. So, in my title for this video, The Wobbling World and the Earth, because, there were people who leapt, Leapt, leapt at this chance that this has got to be the start of World War III because of the date and the thing and all the stuff and the news and things. And I'm like, whoa, 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 hang on there. You want Armageddon to happen so badly that you're taking an event out of context on a date because it's supposed to be some holy date of twos, right? And now we're all condemned, and well, the world's headed downhill, and we're all going to die soon. Wow. That's all I got to say. I go, really? Because and watching and listening today, I was like, holy shit. Yesterday and today I've been busy doing landscaping and things and trails and stuff and property line identifying and this stuff. And so I haven't been in the house and on the internet, right? The West Memphis 3. At the moment, that's way off on another side. And I don't want to talk about it at the moment. I've heard about it. If it's what I remember back in the 60s, it was a raw deal, okay? Basically. It's like Emmett Till. You're no longer an American citizen? Okay. I'm a citizen of the universe. Um, Growing up as a hippie back in the 60s and 70s, I'm still an old hippie. But the idea, though, that somehow, well, now I went through this about I am a citizen of, Colquitt County, Georgia. I am a citizen of the state of Georgia. I am a citizen of the United States. And I was like, how about this is my new wonderful theory on life, right? I love sci-fi and everything. And I was like, there was a comment made in something I saw, and it was that, you know, we're just nothing more than space junk. Now, it was referring to these folks who mined asteroids or something, right? And from the corporate sponsors who sent these guys into space to mine these asteroids, they didn't care whether they got blowed up, if they got hit from stuff out in outer space. Uh, um, that the one guy says, to these corporations, we're nothing more than just space junk. And I thought about that. But in the concept, though, that we are made of stardust, right? So we're made of things of the universe, right? So isn't that kind of like basically ain't we made of space junk? So I'm like, I'm a citizen of this or that. Well, my new modus operandi, at least for the moment, is I'm actually just space junk, and I got caught on this planet in this time zone, in this time line, in this, and here I am. Here I am stuck in the middle with you, you know. But that all this other, I am a this or a that, or I reject this, or I'm no longer a part of that. Um, I in talking with some friends of mine, they were like, we remember you telling us about, your time in jail. And I was like, yeah. And all them years ago in the 70s, I realized back then that even though I was incarcerated, even though I was in prison, they still didn't have control of my brain. So I told them whatever they needed to hear while I'm making hooch back in the back, right? Oh no, boss man. Yes, sir, boss man. No, sir, boss man. And I acted just like a Negro slave, okay? But by the end of my year's stay in prison, I went from population in with the bad guys to the highest position an orderly can get, and that was the head waiter in the officer's dining room. And so it's like, and I didn't have to kiss nobody's ass. I didn't have to suck any body parts or anything. I didn't have to bend over for anybody. But I did, yes, sir, boss man. No, sir, boss man. And always, because I was in their house. But in my head, I was always in control of the situation. And in times when there were some of the officers that tried to get me busted and put back into population, and one tried to get me into solitary for a couple over a weekend or something, and it that all that failed because I kept my cool. I kept my wits about me, even in this really bad, awful, crazy situation. I'm in prison, and it still worked out. So people just they don't take their freedom the way they should, and that's like be thankful that you're free. Oh, I'm in a prison. Oh, we're oppressed all the time. Oh, all this and that. Well, there's a lot of that is potentially true, if you want to accept that the man is on your ass all the time. Every time I turn around, the man's on my ass. Well, that used to be true. And then I moved out of Tampa. But um, my rule of thumb over the years is stay the hell under the radar. Now, I have stayed under the radar right in front of them. Okay. I mean, I've told you about the times that I was carrying and I played a little sleight of hand, look over here and not over here, when there was a bag of weed sitting on the front seat of my truck and there's two state patrollers searching the front, and they don't see it. And, a little bit of sleight of hand, a little Jedi mind trick. And people say, well, that's not possible. Yeah, it is. Um, I, I'm glad I don't have to use that kind of thing all the time. But yeah, you can do it. And here's the interesting thing: the time that I did the Jedi mind trick thing, when we, got stopped back in the back country road thing, was that had not come out in film yet. It was before it came out in a movie. The Jedi mind trick thing. uh, it had not come out. So it was interesting that I realized when I saw it, it was like, there have been times in my life when I have used that Jedi mind trick thing. And really, in so many ways, yeah, it really does work. Not everywhere all the time with everybody, but yeah, because I've gotten by with stuff I shouldn't have, right? And just simple diversion, without panicking and smiling and conversation and, in a sense, Jedi mind trick. You do not look over there, look over here. So, but to the universe, though, there are people who are trying to use this Jedi mind trick, and it just ain't working because we're used to it, And for me, like folks wanting to use this incident that, this is it, we're done for. So yeah, the world is wobbly. For the last how many months now? The reset is right around the corner. The Fed is doing this, the Bitcoin thing, where it's all going to be buy gold, buy silver, buy platinum, buy something that you can eat or trade. That's really going to be worth it, right? Buy. Okay. The shelves are more empty in some places. The supply chain, I talked about this a year ago, and I said it's going to take a while for this supply chain to get back up and running because of what they set up literally 20 years ago, called, just in time. And it's abbreviated to JIT, just in time. And I've talked about this many times over the last many years about this is, we're going to pay for this just in time business at some point. And here we are. So, for whatever reason, this just in time is like just in time whenever they can get around to it. I mean, there is no mustard on the shelves on the small stores around here. There is no mustard on the shelves. No mustard, for God's sakes. No yellow squirt mustard. No, what? Okay. So, but what's next? Now, I've been observing the sky, okay? And the last couple of nights that I've been out, this time of year, my focal point of the constellation that I use as my I'm watching on a constant basis has been Orion. And hey, Scott, how are you? Low frequency thoughts no longer needed around. I'm holding myself back, but they're trying as hard as they can to hold me back. Good, Scott. Um, but the thing is that you're only in prison if you are in prison. And even when I really wasn't in prison. So, but with that thought though, for folks who've never had to spend any time in prison, and that's a good thing, but there's an experience that you've kind of missed. And I've seen where people who've been in prison longer than 6 months, but 6 months will kind of get to you, right? Now, I've had a granddaughter that has been in prison and she's in a halfway house kind of thing up in Connecticut. And she's going through this right now. She's not faring as good as I did. And a lot of it has to do with my mental thinking and hers. Now, I love my granddaughter, but in talking with her before she got in trouble and how she's dealing with things now, she's not dealing with them very well. She's having issues. And to where I had was already somehow on some kind of spiritual path. Not so with my granddaughter. Okay, she was a pole dancer and a stripper and that kind of thing, and heavily into drugs and snorting, and I'm probably shooting up, but I'm not sure. But she was at least snorting, you know, horse, crank, you name it, she was on it. And so have been praying for her for years. But now that she has served her time and is in a halfway house kind of thing, and having to deal with the man all the time, literally breathing down your neck all the time, and trying to adjust back into society when what you were so good at and did for so many years, you can't be doing that shit no more. You have got to take control of your life. You have got to say, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, especially since she has a child. And it's like, so the state's like, cleaning up your acty, see your daughter. What? Now, if you really want to see your child, then you better clean up your acty. So, so got my son. And it's important though, but there are people who have lived in a certain lifestyle in a certain fraction of society that once they can't belong to that anymore because she was into the club and she had her bitches and she had her hoes and she was taking pictures and all and this and how they were, okey doke. And I told her way back then, be careful. I said, if you want to be a dancer or stripper, okay, but please stay out of the rest of it. And she didn't. She got pulled in, and I still love my granddaughter like my grandma loved me when I was in prison. Now, I wasn't a stripper. I got caught with a little bit of, um, with a little bit of, methyl deoxyamphetamine, MDA, some of the cleanest stuff. Anyone ever hear of cybernetic human trafficking? Oh, they have been trafficking humans in various parts of assembly or disassembly on all different kinds of levels since after World War II. Mengele and them and the Nazis started some shit, and they have been doing it for a long time. Having listened to my granddaughter, for example, and how the how they how their world is what was for her. The stripping and the dancing and the party and everything's I went through similar times where every day was a holiday. And in a way, now I can say it at 69 and a half, keep up with the joke, right? That every day can be a holiday. It's all in your mind. It's not necessarily every day's a holiday in that it was an it was an excuse to drink a 12 pack of beer at least a day, or half a bottle of Jack Daniels, or some rum or whatever what we were drinking at the time, or some of my homemade wine. Neural weaponry in human brain to cure. Yeah, I've heard of it. They've in trying to find out what my um, was causing my seizures, they have experimented on me. And I'm here to tell you that some of the stuff they do and some of the meds they put you on to for, medical, this is going to help you. Well, how do you know? Well, because we have run these trials. Okay, well, what does that mean? Well, it means we've been experimenting on people such as yourself, Mr. No. Really? That's what they told me. And then they test you, they flash lights at you, they do these things to induce you to have grand mal seizures and take your brain out of the picture. So, yeah, I've been there, and where there are people who are being, having these intense things implanted in them for seizures. If they have seizures, there's this little electrical thing that goes off in their brain and they go like this. It's freaky. And they wanted to do that to me. And I said, nope, can wait. Sorry. But yeah, I've been aware of a lot of that stuff for years. And dear God, if you have to go to a neurologist, please be very careful because they are all full of themselves. Every single neurologist thinks they're God's gift to whatever, and they ain't. I have not met a neurologist that I have liked in any way, shape, or form. I've met a lot of other doctors, bone doctors. I've had my legs and neck operated on. I have had, surgeries and stuff, and and GPs and general practitioners and other doctors and so forth. A good friend of mine is a surgeon, and it's like, but a neurologist, their brain is totally someplace else. And they think they know what's good for you when they ain't got a clue what those of us who've had brain conditions know about. They refuse to listen to us. I've talked to other people who've had the same neurologist as I've had. Ask them, so how's the bedside manner? Oh, this guy sucks, and he wants me to do this, and he won't listen to me. I'm like, well, I knew this guy 15 years ago, and he was an idiot back then. So and obviously, his pattern hasn't changed. If anything, he's gotten, he's more right. He has to defend, well, I'm right about this when he ain't. Or there are not many she neurologists, at least not around here, but there are a lot of other doctors, though, that try for the well being of your health and your brain and that kind of thing. But neurologists, be careful. Now, to the wobble of the earth and the upkeep and update on that. People are being mind controlled with technology, mapping out people to go certain ways that are not organic but artificial. People get tortured remotely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And look at all the gullible people living in this world. you know, don't give up until you drink from that silver cup and ride that highway in the sky. I'm on my way and I'm back to stay. But anyway, you know, there are folks that I have known, and I just don't see some of these folks anymore, but they're still techno geeks and can type with two thumbs faster than I could use a keyboard or even speak sometimes in in text at ease. And just blah, 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 what did you say? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, so these people's brains are wired differently. There are folks who do the 3D games and the VR, right? And I was a gamer back in the days of Frogger on a Commodore 64. For those folks who know anything about that, right? Some of the very first computers, very first. And so to where the games nowadays, that I've got family members who are seriously into gaming. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, they play for hours and hours and hours on end. And they come out, get something to eat, go do something, go to the store, whatever, and then come back in and go right back into this virtual world. And I'd be sitting there watching them or play the game for 30 minutes, maybe 45. And I'm like, had enough for the day. And they like, okay, we'll see you later, blah, blah. And they just keep right on doing, right? And so I think there are people, when I had my first few hits of cocaine and snorted that, the first hit or two that I had of, MDA, I was like, ooh, this is fun. I was hooked. And so then there are folks who would never even try it. Okay. But there are folks who would not play video games. So they, in a way, I'm speaking of drugs, but in ways, my one family member that I'm thinking of would never have snorted Coke. Okay. But they play video games that are, to me, more mind addicting than the cocaine was for me. At least I was running around and doing stuff, and but this idea that somehow that I got over my addiction, but they're still addicted, right? To the VR, virtual reality. People are getting psychological harassment in their community with cybernetic talent, torturing people with false thoughts anchored. Yeah, they're doing all kinds of stuff if that people are just not aware of. Would take 300K for your land and state. What? No, I would not sell my property for anything unless they were going to shoot me. I mean, if they were going to point a gun to my head and say, "Here's this money," or "We're going to shoot you," I'd take the money. Okay. Scott, yes, there are people who are getting that, but here's the thing: they're being brainwashed with commercials. They're being brainwashed with just stuff. Forget all this other things. Yes, it's happening, but there's a whole lot more going on in just the general media and hidden um, in the context of certain commercials and cell phone things and this, that, and the other thing. Anyway, it is not just this, like honing in on people and stuff. There is that, yes, I'm admitting it, absolutely. But there's a much bigger issue that people just, well, them commercials you watch, did you see that? Oh, that's bullshit. Okay. And there are things that, did you see it down there? No. Like for me, and some other folks have talked about this, but um, there are those folks who are disbelievers. And I've talked about, if you find commercials or programs that do a lot of light, flashing lights, a lot of pictures moving really fast, and like some of these news shows that do these symbols and with the light, and then the flashing and going like this, that's mind control. They are flashing things into your brain because those of us who've had grand mal seizures, I have to put my hand up. I have to, not look. And then there are cartoons and things and different stuff that will give warnings that flashing lights are in this program. But they have um, sports programs that are not quite as bad. But I've noticed the major news programs with their intros and outros, the flashing lights, the direction of the lights. There's so much just in that 10 or 15 seconds of an intro into the, into ABC News or something like that. And people don't have a clue that certain commercials, I'm like, and I have warned certain, back in the day, I was like, be careful when that commercial comes up, especially those of us who are light sensitive. This one will get you. Oh, that's bullshit. That light doesn't everything. Light sensitivity, that's bullshit. That is a 25-watt bulb right there. And that bulb is almost too bright for me. With all the concussions and everything that I've had in my lifetime, I've had over 20 concussions. Okay. Actually, the number is more like 25, but people just really, they have a hard time believing in 20 concussions. So, but yeah, I've had a lot of bumps to the head, been in the hospital, been under drug therapy, had seizures and stuff. And so, yeah, been there, done that, and still doing it, right? Uh, Patent due weapons. I know, Scott. I know what you're talking about. I do understand. Yes, it's and especially in cities where there are a lot of people, and especially for people that if they think But my point is, not everybody is a target for that. Okay, but everybody who watches a commercial with these flashing lights is susceptible. So yeah, do weapons, sure, not a problem. I get it, yeah. But everybody's concentrating on these focal types of things when there is this general thing going on all the time. Oh, the do weapons. Yeah, I know. But you're watching these commercials and you're not even paying attention that that commercial is screwing with your brain. Oh, that's bullshit, Dave. Okay. Yeah, but these do weapons, okay, I know. Those are the ones, yeah, but you're not going to pay attention to all this other stuff that's just going on all the time. Yeah, but these over here, I wonder if this goes with what Dante was saying about how the other sides of ways of trying to influence your mind and limit the pineal gland. Yes, I would, especially um, Jody, right? Especially with the last one he did that was like 10 or 15 years before, what he was talking about the reason the Anunnaki, you know, taught us these things was to keep us out of the sun all day long. So our, but so after getting us out of the sun and being more productive, people go outside and shrink their pineal gland anyway. I found that to be like absolutely fascinating. But here's the thing, in my older age, especially in the summertime down here, it just kind of hurts me to go out like between 10 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It just is like, it hurts or something. I'll go out in the, early morning or late in the afternoon when the sun is down. So for whatever that is, I have been feeling this for a long time. Now, I'm not sure back because I've been watching Dante for a long time. And I'm not sure as I remember that video about the pineal gland. But I notice in my old age, even in when it was like 82 degrees here today, and I'm outside down in the woods cutting trails, okay? I'm hacking and I'm swinging. I'm working, okay? I'm cutting trees with a sling blade, and I'm opening up a trail down to my towards my neighbor's house and towards the property line. I'm going to be doing some landscaping here with a small backhoe and a front end loader, and going to try to open up some trails better to get down to where the hurricane knocked trees down years ago. There's a lot of good wood I can't get to. And so I'm going to open up the road that got messed up anyway, and some other stuff too. But the idea though that um, me being out here in the country, I seriously doubt that I'm a someone is pointing something at me. Not that they ain't, but um, so my chances of a dew weapon are minimal for me, I think. But as far as the general commercials and lights and flashes and stuff like that, that is constant, in my humble opinion, that is a lot more to be worried about than, is somebody pointing a do at me. If you're watching a lot of commercials, if you're getting bombarded by a lot of lights and flashes, you may be having your body will have the same reaction because of what they've done to my brain with flashing lights and stuff. If they flash the right combination of lights and colors, if you're on your cell phone and you're watching it or on your computer screen, it will make you feel like somebody's pointing a direct energy weapon at you. Okay. Now I don't think I've had a direct energy, but what they've done with light and sound for me over the years and testing and this and all this other stuff, let me tell you, with light alone, without colors, they can put you into some of the most painful situations. You will think your body's coming apart. It is not fun. All right. So, and that's just with flashing light and uh, different light intensities. But not only that, but also the intervals between the flashes. So, but if you're not aware of this, everybody is being dude. Everything with different flash and color, blah, doom, to doom, to doom, to doom, to doom. Now, there are people who are making these commercials and videos and stuff, and because it has become the norm, they think that a lot of quick flashing pictures and colors and everything is like groovy. For those of us who are very sensitive, it ain't groovy at all. And I have told some folks very politely, your flashing lights in the beginning of your videos have triggered events. And I just wanted to make you aware because you obviously aren't. And I like to watch your videos, but your intros with flashing lights and twirlies and things, I mean, I would literally almost get sick to my stomach within a couple of seconds of watching these intros. And the people would get upset. Well, you can't tell me what to do. And I'm like, I'm an epileptic. I like your channel. I want to continue to watch your channel. But if you keep doing these intros that catch me off guard, um, I, I go into a seizure. I can't watch your video. I can't even speak. I can't do anything. So anyway, so people need to be aware of different things. It's 1:09 a.m. Scott, I understand what you're talking about. I really do. I acknowledge you. I really do. I really do. But my point is, yes, it's an issue, but this other stuff that continues to go on all the time that yeah, I'm not ignorant of it, and I'm in no way in any kind of bliss. But there are areas and places, and you know, so, but Scott, I'm sorry that you don't think I understand what you mean. I really do. Okay, honestly, I get it. I went into this years ago, and having worked in radio with frequencies and transmissions and stuff, having worked in television myself, and having worked as an epileptic, and so forth. I really get this do thing. I really do. It's remote. It's this. Okay. I really get it. But not everybody is like you in that they don't watch television or commercials. Other normal folk who are caught up in this trap are watching commercials and television and things, and they don't know that they're being attacked constantly. But I get it about the do weapons. I really do, Scott. I'm sorry that you feel that I don't. Okay. Um, there are just so many variations on it. Um, okay. I acknowledge it's there. A lot of people don't think it's there, but it is. But there's also this, on your cell phone, flashing lights and different sounds and tones and things. Those are all part of the deal. Scott, we're on your side, really, honestly. But here's my thing. Let's talk about something else. Yep, it's going on. Yep, we need to pay attention to a bunch of it. Yep. There are times when I have made aluminum foil hats. I got two steel helmets that I have at times just put it on because I feel like, they're bombarding me with, energy from outer space. But yeah. And by the way, we should all keep our head down. Okay. But I have been right in front of the policeman, have had contraband that would have put me in jail for years and, you know, smiled sweetly and gone on my way. Hey, SD, how are you? It's 1:13 in the AM time. We got like a few minutes before 20, and I'm going to clean this one up here and start a new one. But no, there are a lot of other freaky things going on too, besides the direct energy weapons and things that people and um, one of the things that I noticed years ago, being in different types of businesses and advertising and so forth and stuff, there is a lot that goes on with mind control, with people and their habits. Speaking of my granddaughter and how she acted, how pole dancing and all that was a glamorous way of life, and how she would her and her bitches and her hoes, and and that lifestyle was glamorized. Uh, and then she became that, much to her dismay, and what it got her into now. You know, are you still on that job that you got way back when we talked about it way back when, Esty? Shared about the lily wave. I don't know what that is. Delaney says, I was a pimp. It's overrated. Yep. I was kind of sort of mixed up in that when I was in Tampa before I moved up here to Georgia, I was a pimp too, but I worked for this dance studio and everything was on the up and up, sort of. And there were old ladies and old men who paid money to go to these dance clubs and dance with these younger people. I was a younger man, dressed up, I cleaned up nice, and it was ballroom dancing. But I realized that I was being pimped out by these guys to all of these ladies and gentlemen who were looking for companions. Now, as an older gentleman myself, that if I could actually do it, I'm not up for dancing like I used to. But I would still like to go out and do some ballroom dancing because I liked it way back when I was literally still a teenager. I was 19, and I'm dancing with these elderly, wealthy women who love to buy me presents. And because I danced so well with them and I had a good rapport with these elderly women and gentlemen, we had to get along with both clients. But, there were the girls for the older men, and there was us. It was hard to find um, young men who wanted to dance with older women. Now, they were very well kept, drove Cadillacs and shit, I mean, and decked out with jewelry, my God. But I was a pimp. So, I didn't sleep with any of them, but there were a couple of them that liked to play with my ear, and they like to put their hand on my butt, and I would just smile and go, "What the hell is going on here?" Because I was very naive back then, but it paid well, and it was clean. I didn't have to work outside and get dirty and whatever. But you're working in a restaurant. Oh, well, at least you're working. I will, say good on that, right? We got a 20 in 2 minutes, and I got to reload. Help me, Rhonda. But with this, the 222 thing, again, that seemed to me to be overhyped. And I'm not trying to be, Davy Downer here with this stuff, but I'm hoping that one of these predictions, that some of these quote big folks have made will actually come true. The predictions that I've seen myself and kind of have spoke to you all about at times way back when and things, I've been more accurate than these people. And I'm not claiming to be accurate, right? But I've been more accurate than these folks that have been giving us all these dates and times and things and stuff. Okay. Um, and quite frankly, um, I don't see it as my place to be accurate, right? Because I don't try to profess in any way to be a prophet. But there's been some things that I'm like, damn, I saw this in a dream or whatever, and here we are. You know, years ago, I told some friends of mine, I said, I've had these dreams, and I said, here's the deal. It's going to get really strange. It's going to be, your people are going to, kind of feel like they're going to be locked up. There's going to be things I didn't realize that at the time. That what I saw was actually what we just went through, and they're still trying to push with the lockdown and the quarantine and everything. Because I saw everybody, having to stay at home and lock their doors, and I had no idea what it meant, right? Now that it's happened, I'm like, oh, so that's what that dream meant, along with all that other stuff way back when. Dream interpretation, what it felt like and looked like then, all these years later, let's see, a good 17 years later, 16 years easy, that, oh my God, I realized that that part of that dream was this COVID lockdown thing. Holy crap. It's not what I read at the time. And over the years, like, I wonder what that meant. I get it now. So for myself, my own dream, whatever, for me, I'm, whoa, crap. I hope some of this other stuff don't come true, But here's the thing. In my dream of future events way back then, things are playing out in that, there's quote going to be trouble with Russia. Well, there is no actual trouble with Russia, but they're using Russia to make trouble. So changed the words around a little bit, and here we are. Oh, wait, there is trouble with Russia. It's not that Russia's being the trouble, but yep, I'm coming. I just filled it up. So I'm a minute behind y'all. But anyway, so for me, it's like, well, damn, man, uh, I'm running 85% with what happened back then. And it might be that some of the things that I interpreted back then hasn't come to pass yet. But watching all these people talking about Armageddon and what's going on, and the fact that sane people turned this incident today backwards into these guys signed a peace treaty with, an agreement with, oh my God, here we go. Here's the war. Don't like that prognostication. So with this smoke and this prayer, my prayer is that folks will calm down with stuff, and that I'm sorry, I have to giggle about this. And I know there are folks out there that are going, you know, Dave doesn't seem to take this very seriously. Yeah, I do. Or, Hawkeye thinks this is just a frivolous discussion. No, I don't think it's frivolous. But it seems like they're, in watching the trends in my head, we are going through another um, wave of evil devil, devil, evil demon, devil, devil, evil demon, devil, evil demon, demon, devil, evil. I mean, it's like what? I mean, they're trying to put, certain things, like for example, well, Putin is evil and he's the devil because he's, trying to, so as they promote these things that aren't, I don't think are true, then these people are taking it upon themselves to put God into their picture. When if they understood Putin at all, him and their Pope are like buddies, Wait a minute. So, this idea that somehow Putin is this evil man and demon, and he's no, you better look at the Pope. You better look at the Pope. He is the demon. So pushing they're making Putin and Russia the scapegoat, and they're pushing other things to make it look like the scapegoat. Trudeau, for example, talk about a wobble in the world, right? Gonna throw all the truckers in jail, gonna throw all they're now, and so now in America, I don't know how true it is, but there's supposed to be a convoy that's going around Washington D.C., and that some of these truckers have said that they're just going to keep going around in circle, circle, circle until they just, they're going to leave one lane open, for emergency vehicles and stuff. That they're just basically going to show for folks that, we mean you know, we mean business. All right. SD, where is that you are at? That's good news, I hope. So, but there are folks who are going, no, you know what? Canada showed us the way. All them, for folks who south of the border, all them stupid Canucks, right? Well, I've never thought that way because I've been to Canada several times and I've met folks up there. And I'm sorry, but I don't think of them as stupid Canucks. We're stupid Americans. Netherlands. Oh, so that is so good for you. I mean it. Good. But see what The guy in England, Boris, right? The guy that he looks so weird, right? People thought that Trump looked weird. This guy over in, the prime minister over there. But when he said what he said, what, 2 weeks ago now, about Britain is no longer and, is done, right across under the tunnel across the channel is folks in France are throwing tear gas into coffee shops and cafes to run people out because they're trying to tighten down the quarantine even more. It's just stupid, right? I mean, it's just stupid. Now, I've talked about the state of Georgia because I live here, but a year or so ago, they passed this law and made it a law, and that if you enter any business or store or whatever, any public place, that if you get sick, the owners or the people there are not responsible. So if you enter a store or public place, you enter at your own risk, period. And people were like, well, what does that mean? I said, that's the smartest move that the politicians could have done, right? And I've talked about my young friends at the public school, that when the teacher said, y'all sitting here at the desk, go to the office and get a mask. And they said, sorry, but there is no mandate on masks. And me and my friends here um, choose not to wear a mask. So, no, we're not going to the principal's office. And no, we're not going to wear a mask. So, there. And the teacher just had to shut up. So the more, and she's 13, okay, with her girlfriends in school, very intelligent and very distinct. And so it's starting from the ground up, and people are going, sorry, but you're not gonna, I may be 13 years old, but I ain't stupid, because she is at the top of her class. But so, and there are those folks when I went to town the other day, very few people are wearing a mask. But there are certain places where, I went to the Pizza Hut and got a pizza. I walked in to get the pizza, and there was an elderly couple walking along the sidewalk, both wearing masks. Me, me in my hat and dogs in the truck, and I'm going to hold the door. They didn't say anything. She went in first. I was going to let him go first because they had masks on and I didn't. But there was no fuss, no fuss. He let me in behind his wife and followed in behind me with he's a mask. I don't, no, nobody's saying nothing. There's no like, keep your distance. There was no kind of like oddness. I was trying to let him go in and hold the door for him and, so I wouldn't be between them, you know what I mean? For their comfort. Not that I was worried, but it didn't matter. They had their mask on, they were comfortable. I didn't. I was good. So we just went on about our business. The choice is ours. Okay. And that's the way it should be, right? Everyone is worrying themselves into an idle state when fear is their motivator. Yeah, ever hear of psychological warfare when you're subjected to these mind games? The perpetrators are about to get karmic reversal. I hope so. I know that seems to be changes in certain politicians, or like the Boris guy in the UK just coming out last 2 weeks ago, I think, or whatever, and just said, okay, that's it. And the Netherlands, Friday, that's it. There are folks who are starting to like, okay, that's it. We're not going to, there's too many people going, come on, this is stupid. And the common man just ain't going to buy it no more. So we have won, you know. They're still going to try to sell it on us. They still got Fauci out there talking shit. Now, here's the thing. Now, I think it might have been the end of last week, or yeah, because this is only Tuesday, right? Yeah, it was the end of last week that one of the companies had decided not, get this, not recommend that children get vaccinated with their vaccination. I can't remember which company it was, but they have suddenly said, "Nah, we don't think you should give kids this. No, we're not really going to push this." Now, why would all of a sudden, Biden and everybody's like, give the kids shots under, now these kids are eligible. What makes them eligible all of a sudden to get the shot that very few kids have ever gotten sick with this, right? Especially not fatal. And then yeah, get the shot, get it, get it, get it, get it. Whoops, we're not gonna. Nah, we're pulling back on that. What? I told you the story about down here in South Georgia. There was a local manufacturer in Nashville, Georgia, that makes products that sold all around, outdoor marine kind of thing, and they're paying their employees $200 to get the shots. And people are going, "Oh, okay, I get $200. I went down and got my shots, and I'm good to go." So, and then there are folks that are going, "What?" So it's being promoted on so many levels that, like, at this private company, that's they sell their products all around, but they're not an all around got factories everywhere kind of manufacturing. um so who's paying them to pay the employees $200 to get the shots? What's their motivation? So now they're backing off with the kids. They're backing off on some other things. Other countries are going, yeah, yeah. And have you noticed there's a lot of countries that are in the news except Africa? I look in the world news and stuff, and they're Africa is not in this particular conversation. There are places in South America and over here and in China and Australia and the islands and Indonesia, but you know very little about Africa and jabs and stuff and things, and very little about Africa. Now, just in observation, I had not a clue what it means, seriously, other than those people weren't worth getting the vaccinations. You don't hear them talking about, you know, a million vaccinations being delivered to Mozambique or to Upper Zimbabwe, to the natives there. No, but they will tell you that they're delivering them to these people or to those folks or them guys down here or them over. You know what I mean? But what about them? So I'm just saying, it's interesting how there are certain areas with more white people. I don't know. Just um, or is it that they're using the Ebola trick in Africa with all these other things, right? So it's just curious to me in looking at the whole picture. I have no idea what it means. Thank you, SD. You stay safe, okay? In the Netherlands. Oh, I hope I remember that. Oh, that's so good. Hey, Michelle. We're praying for you, SD. Even if it's at a restaurant or whatever. I've worked at restaurants and have made some decent tips and had a good time, worked my ass off as a dishwasher, as a waiter, and as a cook. So, you know, it ain't all bad. But anyway, good luck to you. No cases in Madagascar. Their countries refused to, yeah. Right. I think some of them folks were like, they were duinated. Like, they got them with sound waves. like some of the politicians that went to Cuba and they all came home sick and that kind of thing. I know this stuff goes on. I really do. But here's the thing: I try not to give it energy. Like, yeah, that shit goes on. And to Scott earlier, I mean no offense, but um, if I want to watch any of the social media to keep up with what I do as a watchman, I am subject to these flashing lights when I don't want to be. Whereas a directed, sure enough, pointed at me directly is not near as high on my list of priorities. I do know they exist. I know people are getting hit by them. I know it's remote. I know it's all this stuff. I get it. I do. But I can't focus on that. I have to focus on what actually bothers me directly. I have to be self sufficient. We all have to be. But there are folks who are only focused on the do weapons. Yeah, okay. But what about this other stuff that they're just allowing in their daily lives and they ain't paying a bit of attention to it? That's my point. They kind of gloss over all this other stuff that's happening all the time. Oh, but the do weapons. Yeah, okay. And the fact that I ain't talking about Scott, that some folks are so worried about it. I think they actually draw it to them. It's almost like they're the energy that because they worry about it actually draws it to them. I mean, it's sci-fi stuff anyway. So why couldn't we draw that energy to us if we worried about it all the time? I know that myself, when I don't think about such things, I don't feel like I'm being attacked. You know, I know they're there, but okay. So I know I've got my little aura shell on. I know I've got my energy shield up, and that's what's important to whatever the hell might be out there that they want to shove my way, right? So, not to put these things lightly, but there are some folks, and I don't mean Scott, that that's all they focus on. That's the only thing, and there's more. That's all. And yes, there are getting whole groups of people to believe, like for example, two guys signing a peace treaty is somehow an act of war. What? I don't get it. This wobbly world of people and stuff, how can they literally turn the obvious into something that ain't even there? I don't get it. I mean, and they get away with it because the people who are subjugated to these types of thoughts buy into it every time. Even the ones that think they're smart are just it's like, oh, we're all going to die now. This is it. This is what kicks off. Holy crap. And I thought you people were this smart. I'm talking about certain channels that I'm like, I thought you people had a little bit more sense, but I guess not. Okay, you know, but oh, holy crap. So for me, where my spirit was lifted up and going, that's a good move to what the hell are these people thinking? Oh, Jesus God, they found another excuse for Armageddon. Holy crap. And anyway, so the world is so convoluted. It's like, so what seems to be obvious to me and a lot of other people look at the same thing and they're freaking out. The scent of worry to an energy vampire is like a fresh brisket. Yeah. Yeah, or that which I was cooking earlier. Yeah. I agree with you, Delaney, but not only to an energy vampire, but because people live with, especially folks who live in cities and, closer in, besides me living down here at the bottom of the hill, in the country. Yeah, when I go into town, I have stayed in town, um, and friends and relatives and visited and whatever, and I totally feel different when I'm in town and there's all this more electricity. There are more people. There's more cars and trucks and stuff going on. I absolutely feel different. That's why I stay the hell out here in the country. Now I know I have to go into town and visit, but see, I'm still in control because I know that I have to go out and visit out here and I'm going to be pleasant about it. Like that card I pulled tonight, which was deer, for when I was doing the stories tonight on Robert's channel, Milky Way. And deer, innocence. So, the deer went over the mountain, the deer went over the mountain. But anyway, but the deer is going up the mountain and there's a demon on the trail going up to Sacred Mountain. Deer's going up to visit with Great Spirit, and the demon tries his best with screaming and gnashing of teeth and farting and blowing wind and scary faces, and the deer just looks at it and goes, hi, sir, would you mind if I went past? I'm on my way up this trail to speak and visit with Great Spirit. And the demon was taken in by the gentleness and the innocence of the fawn, of the deer, that it melt the demon's cold, whole heart to the size of a walnut. And the deer said thank you and went on up the trail. And so that through native stories, that the deer has opened up the trail through its loss of fear and its innocence and gentleness. So we can all get to the sacred mountain as long as we understand that, the demons are gone. If we accept that there's demons along the way, then we're going to invite them. You know, when I first was doing my early shaman stuff, I was like, being forceful at everything. And the local spirits kicked my immortal ass up and down and back and forth. And I'm going to show you, well, I'm strong and I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers and I'm here to protect this land. They went, ha ha ha, watch this, drop kick me, through the piney woods, and the briars and the brambles where the rabbits wouldn't go. um so this idea though that um if you know you have to be strong yourself, and other entities and things and people will see it and know it, and you don't have to brag it, you just have to be it. And that's one of the things that was one of the other messages that um, you know we don't have to worry about being, we don't have to have anybody's permission. And that was the second card I pulled, which was possum upside down. And in with that message, it was that you don't have to apologize or make an excuse to anybody for the decisions you make. Now, hopefully, you're not just being persnickety and going, F you, Gene, I'm gonna, do it this way just to spite your ass. No. But if you're making decisions that you honestly think you're making the right decision and the right choices, there's always a little risk with any decisions that we make. So if you take that into your heart with what you're fixing to do or what you're projecting or whatever it is in the future you plan or try to do or whatever, right? That you know that you're going to be strong of spirit, and no matter what comes your way, you're going to deal with the best way you can, and you're going to keep fear out of it. Well, what if this happens? Well, now there are things like if you're driving a car, you should have a spare tire. If you're driving around a lot and you're on a trip, you should make sure you've got a spare tire. Um, I mean, there are certain things that you just should have as as part of your normal everyday drive around. Yeah, but do you have you have a spare tire? Well, I don't know. Well, you might not need it all the time, but when you do need it and you ain't got it, then you feel like a damn fool. So don't be a damn fool and check and see if you've got a spare tire and if there's air in it. Okay? Just saying. I'm saying this out loud because I got to do the same. I haven't checked my spare tire in a while and I need to do that. But 1:47 a.m. time on the East Coast here. It's actually a Wednesday morning now. I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and all my lovely friends that are here this morning. Miss Pearl, Isby. My mom can't believe the truth. I really want no part of this twist. Yeah, Isby. The trick is, no matter how bad the situation is, okay, that like my dear friend Marcia that passed away a year ago, there was nothing I could do for her. She was a big woman and I got back issues. I could visit, I could call on the phone, but when with the COVID and everything and me not being a family member, there was nothing I could do for my friend. I could not go to the nursing home to see her. Um, and at the time, I was having issues and I didn't know. I had a nasty feeling that I saw death on her, and it did happen. And I will absolutely tell you that it was difficult for me. It has been difficult for me in the past when you see death on someone, and then a few days later or a month later, whatever it happens, it's creepy, it's freaky, and there's once you see it, it's like whoops, they've got the mark of death. That it's like they ain't coming back. You know, they've crossed some kind of threshold. Something's happened. They, they ain't coming back. Now, I have seen some people like that did make it back, but they didn't stay long. A couple of months, they had family members. They, were rejuvenated for a little bit of time, and then, boom, that's it. But when you see that certain thing, it's like it's almost like the Grim Reapers come by and put a tag on them and said, "Okay, your your time is like really short. Your ticket's fixing to be punched." And but and I've talked about this with other people before, where they have seen this with people and working in nursing homes and as nurses and folks and stuff like that, caregivers and whatever. But and me having just worked as a in a caregiving facility, and all the people that I've known as nurses and doctors and caregivers, plus family members and friends and so forth that have passed away slowly and so forth. But anyway, so my life's experiences with people, but there are some things that um, you kind of know is in your heart. And so the best that I could do was be comforting without saying anything about dying or getting worse or anything like that, staying positive. So you see it on someone, and I've learned over the years. Well, the first couple of times it happened to me, it went, holy crap, tried to ignore it and then realized that it had actually happened and so forth. But anyway, part of the training, right? So now, having seen it on, friends and my good friend Marcia last year, and then her, demise afterwards. Um, the best that we can do as human beings is stay strong. And, for better or worse, and for me, it's like, oh, holy crap. I saw it on her. I knew it was like, well, I wonder how long. And it was hard for me to keep out of my voice or thoughts or whatever. And especially her being a person with, that can pick stuff up. But it was like, it still happened, you know. So in my head, still prayed, still help, still whatever, anything I can do. But like I said, and nobody notified me until like 2 months later that she'd even passed. So, what do we do about these types of things? So there are things that we learn in our lifetime that we instinctively know, oh, holy crap, right? Or good or bad. Oh, holy crap! I think I'm going to win $50 on this scratch off. I'm just saying it. The holy crap ain't necessarily always a bad. Oh, holy crap! Okay, it's just whoops. Did not expect this, or maybe you had some kind of intuition and then it came true. Oh, holy crap! It came true. Whatever, good or bad. So anyway, with that said, there are people now who are feeling these oh holy crap moments because they've had enough practice these last 2 years of like oh holy crap they're trying to get me to swallow this stuff again. Oh holy crap they're trying to, you know and the fact that those folks that we might not consider as being woke or whatever, aware, sheeple, are going, wait a minute, wait, wasn't, Fred, my buddy, my sheeple friend over here, he's missing, where'd he go? When all of a sudden they wake up to the fact that one of their good, you know, hacking buddies might have got eaten by a wolf, and that, wait a minute, and now they're more aware of, hang on, where'd he go? Or what happened? Or, so I think these sheeple, if you've ever been around sheep, they do follow each other a lot, but they ain't really stupid. Um, Sometimes animals are in situations that they just like don't know what to do, but um, and there's always, folks say, well, sheep follow each other and everything, but hey, wait, hang on, the sheep that's smart. Why? Because they realize that there is protection with a group of folks. So the folks on the outside get eaten by the wolves or the coyotes, just like back in World War II when there were Navy you know servicemen, both sides, Japanese, American, didn't matter, that were in the water and there were sharks. So they ganged up in great big groups, right? And I think it was the Indianapolis, where the men were like, grouped together and the sharks came by and just, a guy would go down, somebody else would go down, and the sharks would just swim around them, right? Just waiting to get picked off. So is that necessarily like, wait a minute, is that like a sheeple? Yeah, but in that, the sheep are protecting those in the middle. So is it just about following blindly and being stupid? But sheep protect their young. I saw death on my childhood friend today. She's at the end with a long battle with cancer, was always caregiver. Hey, Witch Moon, then you know what I'm talking about there's it ain't like nothing else. And I have tried to explain it over the years and it's just like I can't. I have not been able to explain it. But it's a look that they have, it's their aura, it's the color, it's stuff, and it's just like they're checking out soon. And I don't mean that rudely or whatever, because I saw it on my mother, on my adopted mother. I saw it on my granny, and with some other people. It was like, and I didn't really know what it was then, but after all these years of other people passing and working in a nursing home and having, you know, I saw this woman. I was in and out of these rooms every day, checking things and cleaning and fixing and doing, my duties as a maintenance man. And this one lady, just all of a sudden, it was like her demeanor changed, her color changed. And I had got to be friends with a couple of the nurses there. And I was like, I had been around nursing homes, folks that worked in nursing homes. My friend Marcia, 30 years as a nurse in the nursing home industry. And I was like, I said, there's something different about Miss Jones in room 202. Really? And I was like, yeah. I said, now, because we talked about the death thing, and she goes, yeah, she goes, I noticed something different about her today too. And I went, oh, really? What was that? And she goes, she's got the look. And I went, what? She goes, we call it the look of death. She's got the look. And it was like, seriously? Yeah. So I went back in the room and doing other things. And I looked and I was like, yeah, there's that look. I saw it on my granny, a few days before she passed away. And I was like, that's it, you know. And the next, she died during the night, just a few hours later. Uh, they tell me to do this. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. A shadow in the face. It's sort of like a hollowness. Now the hollowness in my grandmother, though, granny, it glowed. Whereas when Bessie passed away, the hollowness was really dark and like, like death. Yeah. But so this crazy world. So we see politics, we see people. With the interesting thing that these last few days, what I've noticed is what I who I thought were sane people have had adverse reactions to things that should have been positive. Now, maybe they'll change their opinion, but with all the hype about Russia and Ukraine and this and that, and they are seriously think this is it. And do any of you all see that, oh my God, this is it? We're all going to die? I mean, is it really that frantic? I mean, apparently there are some sane what people that I thought were sane are just like they're losing it somehow. Uh, and I know I try to be low key, but I watch a bunch of shit I do not want to watch. You hear me? So I can know both sides. And these people have a point, but it only goes about that far, where these people are telling the truth. Is actually what's happening. I do believe we're going to make it. That was one of the things that they showed me a long time ago. For I was too far into this, but I knew when I bought this property. So I've been on this property. I think it's April that will be my actual 40 years that I've been on the property. So um, about 20 years when no, it's been longer than 20 years because crap, 20 years ago I was doing blah blah blah. More like 30 years. Okay. 25 to 30 years ago, as I was really starting to get into more seriously the spiritual side of stuff. I was making a better connection through my I was listening to my spirit guides, okay? And then, I got literal, full-fledged visitations from some spirit guides, and made me believe, holy crap, I you know I really do need to pay attention to this. And this is my journey in my life. And these are the changes I can make. And I've talked about the changes and how I went from being hated in the plant to they gave me, going away parties when, I lost my job. And, that some of these people still, send me messages and blessings after all these years. And it's been almost 20 years since we all lost our jobs. But anyway, so with that said, instead of being remembered as a an asshole, there are still people who ask, how's Dave doing? Dave doing okay? And there's still this community of folks that we bonded when we worked together at the plant. And after all these years of not working together, we still have some kind of a bond after all these years, and we still care about each other. That is astounding to me. And I think it's absolutely lovely that, that people with differences, different races, grown up, or whatever it is, can still be friends and mean it after all these years. So that's what's precious. And there are people, to me, who just sort of don't really care about that. Long-term friendships. Well, she dissed me, so I just ignored her on my cell phone and I don't talk to her anymore. And but well, for whatever the damn reason, right? So I think people are finding out in different ways that staying in communication is not just about um there are those folks who play the victim. Okay. I used to do this. I don't like it, right? I have changed. Okay. But there are times when I can see, hey, that's one of those little victim traps, you know. Nile rhymes with smile, right? Is that what you meant? Which it's 2:05 in the AM time, and I hadn't really had any, big woo um, thing. But in looking back over, I want to get to the planetary wobble stuff, okay? The Earth that I've noticed. And it's just been kind of odd and a little eerie. I don't know how else to put it other than it just eerie. Okay, now it's 2:05 a.m. time, and we got 15 minutes for a 20. And so those of you pack and roll, and we'll puff puff at the time. But so um, watching the different trends in the news and listening to certain tones of voice of how people, they say they're not stressed out or they say they're informed, and but you listen for a little bit and it's like, wait, hang on, where are you headed with this train of thought? But somebody needs to move that little stick and change the direction of this train of thought here, because somehow somebody switched tracks and you all of a sudden are on this weird thing. Now, about the earth wobble versus planet crazy politics and people stuff, y'all know that I have a passive solar house, right? So this wall over here, a lot of glass. It points a little to the south southwest, just a little, about 12 to 15 degrees. So, but it's a giant sundial. All right. Now, when in the fall, in the summertime, there is no sunshine that comes through the windows. Okay, there's no sunshine. There is a lot of light, but no sunshine. Why? Because the sun's overhead. In the wintertime, when the sun goes low in the sky, that's when the sun comes in the windows in the house and warms up the house. It's passive. But now, because we're going into spring, so the sun is going from my window's point of view, the sun's going back up, which means down here on this end, the shadow's moving across the floor, and in another month it will disappear. So that there won't be any shadow there won't be any direct sunlight except in the due east or west. But nothing will come in through the southern windows, right? Because it's summertime and the sun's overhead. So, but also, it's also a sundial in that um, I can watch the shadow on the floor and tell what time of year it is, and because of the shadow on the floor, the more it gets to spring, the shadow, the sun disappears right towards the window. In the fall, the shadow moves towards the wall. Now it's on its way back across the floor. Okay, so here's the thing. So my sundial, meaning that at 12 o'clock noon, the shadow coming into the house in the windowsill and on the floor should be consistent, right? At 1 o'clock, because I'm 10 degrees off, is when the sun's coming in the windows, it's 90 degrees. It's 12 o'clock on quote the sundial. Now, because of the shift, it's an hour off, but to the house, that's high noon. Okay. Well, here's the thing. So in the morning time, like at 10 o'clock, the sun usually comes in at a certain angle, and I'm sitting here in the chair or whatever, and I can watch the shadow go across the floor and look up at the clock and go, whoa, it's 10 o'clock. Here's the shadow on the floor. And a little later on, I'll see the shadow on the floor. I look up at the clock and I go, oh, it's 11:30. So there are patterns that you can see from me just sitting here in this chair, observing the shadow on the floor at the different times of day, morning coming in right, So, um, and I've noticed that at 12 o'clock, it's like 10:30 by the way the sun is on the floor and in the windowsill. So when it comes high noon to the house, which is 1 o'clock on the clock, um, it's the sun hasn't reached perpendicular to the house, which means the sun says it's quarter after 12, maybe 12:30. okay, by the sun, because as the sun moves, it takes it another 35 to 40 minutes for it to be perpendicular with the floor. Now, so for 2 or 3 days, it's been like, you know, the the wall says it's 10 o'clock, and it ain't 10 o'clock. I mean, the clock says it's 10 o'clock, but when I look at the shadow on the wall, it's somewhere around 9 o'clock. It's like way late coming up. I mean, way late coming up. And I've been getting up earlier in the morning to make some of my observations. And between 8 and 9 o'clock, I got to get up and go and pee, right? So while I'm up, I'm doing my observations. Where's the sun? Look at the clock, sit here, have a little coffee, smoke a cigarette, and maybe stay up or maybe lay back down, depends on how late I was up the night before. So good night, Easby, sleep well. Um, and the shadows on the wall and on the floor are there, not lining up to what the clock on the wall says is 11:30 Eastern time. The sun says, oh, I'm sorry, I'm like 10 o'clock. What? The other thing too is at nighttime. So it has been subject to a lot of cloud cover. Oh, we got 2:13 a.m. here on Eastern Standard Time here in the United States. We love you. You're riding along with Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as David Null, and my friends and neighbors here in the morning time. It's going to be a 20 soon, so smoke if you got them. But so the wobble on the planet, been watching Orion come up in the sky. It's been doing really great. Okay, now several weeks ago, in between the clouds, we'd have a clear night and then it'd get cloudy, so I couldn't do several nights in a row of observation because of cloud cover. But I noticed, I say, Orion is low in the sky because when I walk out my back door, I'm facing south, and I look to my left early in the evening, Orion is like just above the trees, right? Or it's like higher up in the sky, and I have to look more up instead of out, right? So for a couple of nights, Orion's like really low above the treetops, and scratching my head and thinking, that's a little low. And then cloudy for a few days, clears up. I see Orion coming up, and I mean, it's like way up. I mean, way up, straight overhead, kind of way up. Now I know we're changing seasons, and Orion, before I did this live stream, I went out, checked the stars, where's everything at, and Orion seems to be setting where it's supposed to. But within the last month and between cloud covers, Orion at one time, when I step outside and I take literally one step away from the door and look up, I can see the edge of my roof line, right, for the tin. So, but look straight up, and Orion's like right there. I mean, like almost straight overhead. Now, that's weird because Orion's not supposed to be straight overhead. It's supposed to be a little off to the, a little south, but not all the way where it's over the trees, right? That's too much wobble this way and that way. So I've noticed that there has been a wobble, but also because of the three stars of Orion, they usually come up in the same pattern, right? They come up like this and then they go down like this, right? And May Katniss, how okay, Katniss, love you too. Hearts, hugs, and all that good stuff. And we mean it, where some folks just say it. and jabber jabber. Thank you, Katniss. Hope everything is going well with you. So, but anyway, so um, from my observations, there has been within the last 6 weeks, month between cloud cover, there's been some really interesting wobbles. Now, last night and tonight, we've had good clear nights, able to watch it good. Last night, the three stars come up and they're doing great, go across the sky. And I'm like, perfect. Tonight, the three stars come up, but instead of being like, they're twisted slightly, like, you know, and I'm like, that's odd. So we'll, they might come up slightly, instead of being this way, they're more like this, or, or they're further down in the sky or further up. So, but I always look from the same position so I can say, well, that's weird. It looks tilted, right? So Orion tonight looked tilted. And as it went across the sky, it was like it kind of like moved its tilt. Normally, like last night, it just went across the sky and did a perfect swing. Tonight, it got about up to here and then somehow it shifted. So tonight, we have rolled in the course of the evening, from the time I got home and before I did. I went outside with, oh, Duggar's still outside, by the way, 2 hours later. Oh, maybe I should go check him out. I'm going to stay with you for the 20, and then I'm going to call it quits for tonight. I got landscaping to do around here, and I went in and co-rented a backhoe front end loader to do some landscaping around here to get rid of some bad trees and roots and stuff, and get ready for the new fruit trees that I want to purchase and put in. Oh, and I found a couple of other fruit trees coming up. There's some, suckers off the main tree. So, and some stuff on another blueberry. There's some other plants. So I'm going to be able to expand, and needed some area. So, and talking with my friend Rob the other day, and I was showing him I want to do this, and I've cut a lot of wood down over there. The property line over there that has changed greatly, the profile, because of what I've already cut down, and we got some other stuff that need to come down. So I'm going to be really busy these next couple of days. He's got the tractor tomorrow, for the rest of the day to finish up what he needs, and then let's see, today's Wednesday now. Then Thursday and Friday, I'll get the tractor, but I need to be ready for when that tractor gets here. So there's going to be folks that's going to be waking my ass up early in the morning to get out there to get done what I need to get done. So when the tractor does get here, he gets 3 days and I get 3 days, because it was $300 a day, or it was $1,000 for 7 days. So he called me up and said, hey, you want to do this? He called me up this morning, and I was like, so, I wanted to do a backhoe rental. He wanted to do some work, which he's doing. And I just didn't know he was going to call me today and say, hey, let's do backhoe like right now. Like, so I get $500 worth. So I get 3 days for the price of a day and a half, you know. Uh, so that's a bargain no matter how you look at it. Whether I'm ready or not, it's still a bargain. So, and I kind of had this money kind of sort of put aside for something like this. And the fact that he needed to do it now is like, okie doke. But anyway, so y'all pray for me these next couple of days if you don't hear from me, and that I might be so damn tired when I come in from work these next couple of days, because I'm gonna run that damn tractor until I can't run no more. That little backhoe thingy. I'm gonna make trails down in the back, and open up some places as much as I can, um, so that it doesn't have to be perfect. But if I can use that front end thing in my little in the back end to scrape some of the small scrub and stuff out to be able to get more in the open back there, that'll be cool because then I'll be able to maintain it. But I got overwhelmed this last year and wasn't able to keep up the trails and everything. But if I could widen the trails out enough, it'd be a whole lot easier to maintain. So, a $500 investment, I'm going to be poor for the next couple of months, but, you know, I think it'd be well worth it. Oh, now, for example, talking about planets and stuff and everything, I'm watching the moon rise over here. Now, a week ago, the moon was coming up like through this window over here, like way due east, almost to the northeast. And now I'm sitting here and I can see it coming up through that window over there. And it's in the southwest. Well, actually, it's southeast at the moment, but where it's at in location and where it should set. Yeah, it's 222. I had to wait, but I got my bowl. Ha ha. Cheers, everybody. Oh, that was a good one. Barry and folks, uh, I'm going to get back to the medicine wheel thing. But in chapter 2, and talking about Barry, you got the book right. In chapter 2, there's a lot about the ceremony and thing, and I really wanted to do an outside something, like maybe right at close to dark 30, where there was some light a fire, and but with being busy the next couple of days, I'm probably going to have to postpone this for about a week till I can get back to the you know the about the medicine wheel. Okay, we'll see how the landscaping stuff works out. But I kind of got a feeling like, whoops, this kind of slipped in, but I'm still got it and I still want to do it. But I want to be able to show a ceremony. I want to do a ceremony. I want to lay it out so people, I won't just talk about it, I'll actually do one. And, but I think that might have to wait about a week. So y'all bear with me for that. And Barry and everybody, Katniss, I know you're, um, and some folks are in the background and all. And Chloe and Pearl might be back there, and Isby went to bed. And I'm going to hit the hay. I got to go get Duggar. He's still outside. He's been running around, but he got so uptight earlier, and then he just ran off chasing something. Good. Yeah, there are still things you can do, like collect rocks if you don't have any. Or if you've got rocks, then choose, start with the first four, north, south, east, and west. And, so yeah, there are things you can do. And if you've got the book, especially. Oh, hey, Travis, how you doing? Good luck on your lands. You mean the landscape thing? Thank you. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. At my age, at 69 and a half, today I was literally, y'all be proud with me. Thank you, Michelle. Um, I'm going to do a little bit of, I'm going to take my other camera and instead of my cell phone, I can never figure out which way it's going to be filmed. So, but anyway, and kind of walk you through where I want this trail to go. And so I want to do tomorrow, take my camera and do a before picture for myself, but also um, after we get done with the thing and how it looks after, right? So one of the things that I've noticed is that there's going to be a lot of burning going on after I get all this stuff. There's a lot of trees and pine down and limbs and stuff. And to be able to scoop this stuff up and push it in a pile with a machine rather than by doing it by hand. But then the next thing is going to be to set this stuff on fire and get it out of the way entirely, you know. And tonight, for example, well, today, going down to see the tractor. Um, um, Going down seeing. Oh, a lot of folks this time of year are burning off their of a Damascus machete. I don't know. I have my. You know what? Hold that thought. Just hold that thought. Where have you been? I'll make your nappy ass sit outside. No, sorry. Come on, move out the way. My dog's like, you finally. Yeah. This. You see this bush axe right here? See this hook on this end right there? Now I sharpen it. I sharpen that little thing, and I got it caught on my finger one time and spurted blood. While I was down on the river. This was the one that, well, I don't know if it was this one, but I've got another one that's in my truck that is very close to this. It's got a different kind of handle on it, but the blade and everything is the same. Now, it's got a steel blade and it's not real thick, but it's hard to, this is, this does not flex much. Okay. You see, I'm pushing down. I'm trying to make it bow. There's a little bit of bow here, but not much. And this thing right here, I was cutting through live trees this big around with one swipe. Now my hand is sore and my arm and shoulder are sore, but you get it at the right diagonal cut when you come down through the tree. This right here is a survival tool. I chopped through a log that was like, this big around. It's all of this privet hedge that gets too big and unruly and kills everything underneath it. And I just have to get rid of it and it's got to go. And every couple of years it gets too far ahead of me. But this is the tool. If I was stuck somewhere, if a zombie killer, this right here, I would not want to. I have hit myself with this. I have cut myself with this with low impact, and it will hurt. Okay, but if in being in the woods, here, let me show it a little better in the light this way. Being in the woods, this thing right here, lovely pearl, this tool right here in the woods, I use it like an axe on certain things. And people say, well, you got to have an axe in the woods. Well, but an axe ain't good for clearing brush. This will clear brush and you can use it for chopping. Like, I wouldn't want to chop a big tree down, but, I was chopping trees down, that were 3-4 inches in diameter. Diameter, yeah. Big honkers, at least 3 inches. and chopping through them with like 5 or 6 hits. Chop, 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 down, and sometimes they were just being obstinate because they want to move and wiggle. And yeah, I mean, and now I've got one that's similar to this that is on a long stick, a long handle, um, that folks use, surveyors use them, and you can literally slice your way through small brush with this thing. And, it's a similar design to this. It's got a blade, it's got a blade on both sides. Both sides are sharp. So you can swing it this way and then come back and swing it. And let me tell you, and if you can't hit the tree sideways, you have to hit it at an angle about 45 degrees ish, and it varies. And if you hit it higher up on a branch, the branch wiggles, and every time you hit it, it will bounce. So you come down to where it joins something else or closer to the ground and grab a hold of it to make it more steady. And one good whack will just chop right through something with this right here. Now, if I've got my double edged one, I can go through the woods like nothing. Mine has the same curved blade, but it doesn't have the flat front. You mean this flat front here and this hook? Oh my God, this hook comes in handy so much. So I'm clearing brush and you want to grab something and get it out of your way. You put this down and grab a hold of it and pull it out of the, uh, and pulling vines. And I sharpened this. So if there's vines in the way, instead of trying to chop the vine, because it's all wiggly and stuff, got a lot of vines around here. And so I turn the blade around, grab the vine, and yank it one good time. And oops, guess what? It'll cut the vine. So, but that little end right there is what I hit my knuckle with on the river a couple of years ago. Blood was spurting everywhere. But let me tell you, there are people, I've got one of them titanium high strung blades, but the damn thing's so thick, you can't hack your way through stuff. I have done a comparison check and have sharpened it and all this stuff. And oh, it's a 40 something dollar, whatever, machete, top of the line titanium, ain't worth a shit. This thing was like 15 bucks, you know, 15 bucks. Now it's rusted, but it's getting a patina on it, And I've had this one for a couple of years as a backup to the other one I got, right? Which has got a really nice, it's been blued, which is a treatment for steels. But if I was to have this is one of my survival tools. Let me just put it to you that way. That's why I got them. So, but I'm hacking my way through this, through the woods back here, um, with this today, and I worked up quite a bit of a sweat. But anyway, you know, zombie hand-to-hand combat. If I was a Viking, I would want one of these, a berserker. If I got one and had one in each hand, it would be hard to get next to me with something. I mean, in hand-to-hand combat, I would be putting up one bitch of a fight. And if I didn't get you with a downswing, I could hook you with this end coming back. I mean, and for like 15 bucks, you know, um, you know, it's well worth it. If you're doing anything. If you just go camping once in a while, this thing is worth it. Okay. Uh, I have, I've carried axes as a Boy Scout, Cub Scout, as a, hiker and camper over the years. And I would take one of these before I would ever take an axe again. As far as which would I choose, this, because I chopped several trees, small trees down today with this, and an axe would just wouldn't work. That's all there is to it. So, and here, let me show you another favorite tool I have just discovered. Now, I say I've just discovered when I'm cutting trails through my swamp. I'm gonna do a little video tomorrow. I'm gonna go down there and kind of show what how this thing works and how my other hatchet axe things work. Because I don't know if some people know how some of this stuff works or what I mean by clean and brush or something. But anyway, just to kind of like, here, this is what I've been doing just to, just as a maybe a how to for some people. But here, this little tool right here, what is it? Prune little twiggy stuff, I can't get close enough to the limb to cut it with this other tool. So, what I found out with these, I can put them in my back pocket, but open them up and it will cut um, limbs this big around. So a lot of these shrubby thingies has got a lot of this. So I just took these things and went cutting my way through the little limbs, which is also easier to move out of the way, so that I could use my big axe here to chop the main trunk down. But I got myself through quite a few places as far as cutting my way through some thick underbrush. Um, and can you see the blood on my hand? Let me get the color just right. It's a really good scar. Uh, it runs from right here all the way down. I got that today. I mean, it was blooding everywhere, and I was like, well, but that's my mark. Cat briar. But these things right here. Now I have carried the pruning shears down in the woods, but the bigger ones, they're longer and and they're a lot harder to operate. But I found out that this little pair right here, much easier to carry and use rather than the great big ones that get in the way. And I'm trying to carry this, my chopping axe along with it, right? And I was like, this is the bomb. So I've always used trimmers and I've always used this in the woods, but I've never used a handheld pair of trimmers because I thought, what good are they? Well, Spirit moved me a month or so ago, and while I was in Harbor Freight, I picked up this pair for like $8. Nice heavy duty, fits in your hand. And I mean, I cut for 2 solid hours, cutting through small brush and stuff, trying to get down to my corner property back there. Pruning shears. That's yeah. Oh wait, you mean with the longer handles on them, Travis? See, I've got 2 or 3 pairs of those, but they're always cumbersome in some of this thick brush. And I used to use them all the time, but I found out that these in a lot of instances worked almost as good. It worked better in some instances. Uh, Handheld. Okay. Well, the pruning shears I've got some with really long two handles that you know, go like this. Yep, yep. We're talking the same thing. But for walking down in the woods, cutting trails, and being easy to hold on to, my new friend. I'm here to tell you, my new friend. These will go camp. See, I would take the bigger trimmers and when I go down on the river to get. Sometimes when limbs and stuff would fall across the river or whatever, you couldn't get through. So I'd take my things and clip off and go on through, make my own little trail. This, on the other hand, I mean, this is a whole lot easier to carry in the kayak. then if you have the scar, yeah. I honestly don't know how I got it. I was just, you know, opted for. I've got some gloves, and I should have worn them, but I was less. When I started down in the woods, I was like, I'm only going to go for a few minutes. And 2 hours later, I came out of the woods a huffing and a puffing and a bleeding and a scratched up. And, I was like, well, so next time I will take my gloves, my thick, heavy gloves, and stuff like this won't happen. But I was just trying to clear a sight line um, to find out. I want to know where my property line is because my neighbor over here has kind of pushed stuff on my side, and I mean like garbage stuff. And it's down in the woods. Nobody can say that's not the point. Yeah, I had gloves, looked right at him and said, nah, because it's hot and some, and I'm not going to be down there that long. I'm just going to take this. And I regretted it, but I was already in the woods and I said, screw it. So that's my fault. But no, I looked at right at the gloves and went, nah, that was my mistake. Not listening to your instinct. That was one today that was like, should have got them gloves, Dave. Be smart about it. But see, I've been doing this stuff for so long when I didn't have gloves. And, there were times when my attitude was like, come on, Hawkeye, don't be such a pussy. Just get your stuff and go. Well, there's being a pussy and then there's being smart. Like wear a good pair of gloves if you're going to be working with briars and brambles and stuff like that. Eh, you know, but I was just like, I'm just going to walk over here. I grabbed this and I grabbed that. And the next thing I know, 2 hours later, and I'm cutting, roads through the woods. And I was like, I did not come over here for that. And, but it was fun. And I could have, look, this little scratch across here. Yeah, it looks really nasty and kind of neat in a way, like, ooh. But, um, for all the other stuff and everything else I did, I should have cuts all over me. I get my gloves after I have giant blisters. Yeah, like a moron. Yeah. I started to get blisters with this little tool today because I was cutting some pretty big around stuff. It was like open all the way and I'm using two hands. And I was like, just to see how good they would work under like bigger than normal kind of, stress down in the woods. And I'm very impressed with this pair right here just for convenience sake. You know, you get to a spot there. When Duggar and I were down in the woods a couple of weeks ago, I'm trying to, me and my neighbor both, we want to open up our property line again just so we can get around, right? Not so much that this is mine and this is yours. We just want to be able to get around back there. So there were brambles and some vines and, different kinds of vines that will trip you up in a heartbeat, and, and put you, face down in something. But and the big clippers are just too bulky because you're climbing over logs and around through the swamp and you can't put them in your back pocket like you can these. And boy, howdy. So, like I said, I have used them for pruning and landscaping, but never for trail work. And have today I was like, I've been at this 40 years down here. Why did I never carry a pair like this in the woods like I'm doing? Why did it take me literally 40 years to find this quote new tool? I was like, well, there you go. So, but anyway, it's been fun, my dear friends. It's going on 3 o'clock. And I do have gloves and stuff like that. I was wearing a hat and I was kind of sort of protected. So, but yeah, I ended up. as many times happens with me, I'll just go, come on, Duggar, we're going to walk over here. And today I just took the snips and everything because I'm checking out places so I can use this backhoe, right? And 2.5 hours later, I come out of the woods. You know, you can see now where I want to. There used to be a road of sorts, and over the years and storms and stuff, uh, it ain't a road. I can't get through there, so I want to put it back to where I can drive down there with the truck. So anyway, there's my oh yeah, battle scars, absolutely. I look at this one today, and I was like, because earlier there was sweat, and it was stinging, and it was a lot more bloodier, and I was like, damn, man, I looked like I just went to war, but it's my it is my battle scar. I absolutely agree, and it's not. I think sometimes unconsciously, like, why didn't I grab the gloves when I picked up that tool? Because the tool was sitting on the gloves. I was like, not a clue. But originally, my thought was, I ain't going to be gone long. I'm just going to go look. And, but changed when I got down in the woods and I didn't want to walk down back up here to get a pair of gloves to go back down there anyway. So at least I was persistent, and at least I worked longer than some other times, and it was hot and I persevered. I'm really trying to push myself because my stamina is about this much, and where like 20 minutes is like a lot, and that is just unacceptable. So today at 2.5 hours I was like, we done good. You should put the tool inside the gloves. Chloe, that's just it. Where the pruning shears were was sitting on a bag of gloves. 4 pairs in this bag of brand new gloves. You hear me? And I picked up the tool and left the gloves. It wasn't like um, you know, but my original thought was I ain't going to be gone long. That was the thing. And because for short trips and stuff, the gloves are just a pain in the ass for me, and I don't have big enough pockets or anything to like take the gloves off. I have nowhere to put them. So I was just like, short walk, take the clippers just because. And next time, see, I've got a little cart that I have gloves and tools and stuff in. Next time, I'm going to take the whole cart and drag it down there with the gloves and the stuff and other tools. And yeah, you know, I will go more prepared. Uh, anyway, it is what it is. It put toilet and not tool. I thought it was funny, but you put the tool inside the gloves. I would be stupid enough, Chloe, to dump the tool out of the glove and leave the glove. I'm here to tell you that would have been what I would have done today because it was sitting on top of the gloves. Okay, putting it in the glove, I just would have went. I just would have dumped it out and went and done the same thing I did anyway today. So, but lessons learned. Like maybe I should take at least one glove, like the glove that's going in to do the cutting. Like, okay, so I'll take at least the right glove. Because this hand is relatively unscathed. It got a little end of a blackberry, bramble thing on the in a place or two, but that's normal, for going down and playing in the woods. but big scratches. Well, the other thing too is it was interesting that, with knowing my woods and have been all over the place, there are not many places where there are cat briars. That's one interesting thing. So, where I was at today, I was like, it was interesting that in cutting um, other vines out, grapevine, muscadine vines, there were intertwined with the grapevines, which was what I was cutting. There were the cat briar, and it surprised me because I didn't see it. I know better than to stick my hand in. I'm careful when I cut around stuff like that, but this was like the two of them were growing like literally side by side. And anyway, well, see, yeah, oh, I'm with you there. Um, yeah, the thing about gloves and me and tools, it is a constant battle, honestly. There are times when I'm using a chainsaw, I want to feel the chainsaw with my hand and not through the glove. And there are other times when I I'm like, where's my glove? Where, chainsaw, where's my glove? At least this hand, not so much sometimes the top hand. But oh, you're supposed to wear two gloves and all this. Yeah, okay. I've been cutting with chainsaws since I was 13 years old. I mean, I'm not lying. I'm not stretching this a bit. Used to help my granddaddy on his place when he moved down to Florida. Night, Travis. You have a good one too. But anyway, so, and there are lots of stuff that I know better. I've been cut, I've been scraped, and I still go, well, there you go again, you know. But there's been those times when I'm just going to walk down to the woods and the gloves have just been a pain in the ass and got in my way. Um, the little flimsy cotton gloves that are easy to fold up in your hand don't work in the woods. They get hung on everything and it will hurt you more than it will help you. But when you get into the big leather gloves, they're big and bulky. And now the current pants I have now, what I need to do is switch to my they're sort of like khaki pants kind of thing, and they have bulkier pockets, and some with the big pockets on the legs. So it's easier to carry the gloves. But today I was just in an old pair of knit pants, where my butt cheeks are a little tight and I had to shove them down in there in my pocket, that is. But so it was an unplanned trip, but to the point though, in these next couple of days, I need to wear different clothes and take my gloves and take my little cart with all my other tools in it and go prepared. Whether I need it all or not, gonna pull it over there anyway. So, but anyway, so cat's claw, the cat briar vines. Yeah, tree limb, and there are times when I got pretty good vision at my age, right? I mean, I'm kind of sort of bragging, but there are times when some things just I just my perception's off. Like when I was trying to cut this one vine today, I reach out and I'd cut the limb next to it and this and that. And I went to reach for the vine. It was like right there. And I couldn't get a hold of that fucking vine for shit. And I just stopped and went, well, it must, I'd been out there for a couple hours now, right? and it was towards my end, and I was just like, the vine's right there, and I saw it. It was like this close, and I was like, you know, couldn't grab it, and I was just like, okay, I've had enough time to go. I did not plan on this. But anyway, so especially since in the next day or so, there's going to be a small backhoe in my yard that I get to go play with, um, which until this morning I had no idea was going to happen. So not every time do they suck, but they suck when they're in the way. If I had a place to put them up, but see that I've I've got an old kind of sort of like a hunting vest, and it's got pockets on it. So when I would do trimming on the trails, I would take my vest so I could, you know, I could put a drink in them, just a little light vest. I could put gloves in them and a tool and this that, and I could have my hands free. I didn't have to put stuff down. Except most of the time the big trimmers. But now that I got these little short ones, you know, knit pants, absolutely, yeah. Um, I've got old clothes that my old work clothes that I ain't gonna go to these places no more, and I don't go to church. And if I go to somebody's funeral, I'm just gonna wear my good blue jeans. You know, you know, I don't do dress up anymore. If the occasion came, uh, an occasion arose or came up, I would, but and so I'm wearing old work clothes, that I had to wear when I was working as an engineer in a plant, and had to play dress up and sometimes wear a tie and a nice shirt all the time. And so, but anyway, so now that I'm older and like, you know, so I've been going through old pants and clothes, and if they don't fit me anymore, they become a rag, or go in the close one eye. Hey, Steve, how are you? Good to see you. But yeah, I'm so fortunate, you know, to have been able to go down in the woods. Like yesterday, I cut a bunch of trees down along the fence line over there. I want to do a video and just show what it looks like now. The trees I'm going to cut when we get done with the backhoe and the front end loader, and the spot where the road used to be and will be again, and what it looks like. So for my own posterity, and like, look what it used to be, and look how nice it is now, and we have access now to this end of the property, where for the moment, you see, where I want to put where the road used to be also goes down to the clearing where I used to do a lot of ceremonies and where the portal is. Okay. So to get down there now is to go back through here and down through a really almost always swampy, nasty, wet area versus over here that is more high and dry and closer, um, to the clearing area, where there's also, a lot of deer travel through there, and the neighbor would love to be able to go down there and hunt. So there's a lot of good reasons. There's some good oak wood down there, trees and stuff that needs cleared. So a lot of good reason to go that way. But also to get, access to that side of the property. So I've never spent $500. Well, that's not true. I rented a backhoe a long time ago when I put in my septic and drain system and some drain lines and stuff like that. But as far as doing other work, I've always done it by hand. I've always done it with a shovel, with an axe. I have lived a pioneer's life in the 20th century, And back in the days of Mother Earth News and the real, sure enough, first days, um, we took pride in being a pioneer. I think a lot of people sold out in that, but it's 3:01 a.m. and I was not going to stay for another 20 because I'm really tired and I got to get up early in the morning. So I'm gonna I'm gonna do a top of the morning, top of the hour bowl, and I'm gonna say good night or good morning. Actually, are you doing okay, Steve? How are you? One of these days we should chat. you know, I think I got your number in an email. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? But like certain things have come up here recently, lately, just like was not expecting it. Like was going to have a backhoe to play with for in the next couple of days. So I bet you're gonna be one tired son bitch this time next week. I bet you're gonna be one tired SOB. Yeah, 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 yeah. Did you get mine, Steve? Are you doing okay, Witch Moon? I mean, all things considered. I know this much with having the backhoe thingy and whatever, and to be able to clear a little bit out and stuff, and to be able to like make progress versus little stabs at progress. uh, to have a backhoe and to be able to do something in an hour where it would take me literally, even in good shape, weeks or months to do because of underbrush and stuff and the time involved. Versus just going in with a big machine and going yeah and bulldozing kind of sort of your way through stuff. This is going to be fun. I cannot wait. This $500. Years ago, I've talked about this. My brother and I, when we went out west, we were on, I think it's Lake Powell, the one at Hoover Dam. And I've talked about this before, but I rented ski-doo thingies, jet skis. And I don't know, there was like, you know, for an hour it was like 150 or $175 for two of these things back in like 1999. And but I was in Las Vegas. We were on the lake, and back then it was full. And Danny and I went. There's a chain that went across that says, do not go past this line, and now it's like 130 feet lower or something. But anyway, so I always thought that was worth the money. That was one experience, and the lake has progressively gone, down since we were there, right, over the last 20 something years. So to have had the experience of being there the last time it was full, um, but also just having fun on it and playing and it was Hoover Dam. Uh, you know, on there somewhere I've got pictures. Um, but memory wise, man, I'm still there, right? So, but to get to get on a backhoe in my backyard and make a couple of roads, one of the things I've been dreaming of for years to be able to do, to be able to actually do it now at 69 and a half. To be able to actually go do it on a backhoe. Oh my God, I'm thrilled. I am thrilled. I've been a poor man and always done it with by hand and with shovels and pickaxes. I dug my own well with a damn set of you know post hole diggers and some improvised homemade tools. So having a backhoe, I want to take pictures. I want to take. I want to be a cowboy. I want to take pictures. I want to take a video and go, oh, look at what I get to do. After 40 years of being on this place, I actually get to play for a couple of days with a backhoe. Yay. So, yeah, I'm like a little kid in the candy shop. I might get scarred up and, hey, that way, how you doing? But I was thinking of earlier, talking with somebody, I was like, back when I had a lawnmower that worked, and I kept the trails up, and I was able to keep them up. Hey, that way, that way. Um, Good, Steve. My spinal slippage got worse with PT. Yeah, that PT. Sometimes you got to be careful with that mess. I know for myself, having chronic backaches, that there are times when I literally have to like, I've got my loft is right up here, and I get out of the chair and then kind of climb my way through the air and grab a hold of the loft there and pull myself up straight, because I can't do it by just doing my back. But then once I get up, and then I'll hang from it up there with my hands and do a back bend and just slowly go into the stretching thing. And sometimes it'll hurt all the way down to my toes and back again, like, "Ee." But having, lived with all this for all these years, I know that, having been, having worked with, well, I did work with a chiropractor, but I've worked with masseuses. I've learned, techniques, special techniques through Dr. Riley, I think it was, through the Casey Foundation. And a friend of mine who taught me, he went to school, came home and taught me. Okay. And he was like, look what I learned, and it goes like this. But once you learn that kind of knowledge, it just sticks with you. And there are intuitive things also, that I was doing as far as physical therapy on folks years ago. But so knowing what I know that I've worked with other people, now I use it for myself. And, I'm still kicking. There are days when I can't walk, but sometimes those are the days when I need to stand up and at least try to walk and not give in. But to overdo it, like today, I reached a certain point and it was like, oh, I'm going to stay here for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I'm going to finish this. And my intuition, my spirit guy said, put the fucking tools down and go back to the house. And I was like, yes, sir. Now, here's the thing. In the past, I would have ignored it. And by the time I got back to the house, because it's a decent walk back to the house, I was like, I'm glad I didn't stay for 5 more minutes. I need to listen to that voice when it says, you've done enough for now. You can come back. You ain't done, but for now, you done good work. Go back to the house. So in the past, I would have tried, but let me just 5 more, let me push it. I can do it. And now I realize, no, pushing it at my age and times, my my body's going, not now. You're 69 and a half years old. No, you pushed it already. Go back to the house, sit down, get a cold drink, whatever, sit down in front of the van, and then go do something else, which is what I did. But I remember not too long ago when I'd have pushed that other 5 minutes and been and that would have put my heat level, my whatever stress level, whatever, and it would have literally knocked me out. So I'm still learning, but again, I'd rather do a little bit of something and then try to do too much. But at the same time, um, and I know this ain't for everybody, but the times that I'm sore, I go, especially here lately, because I had realized I was using it as an excuse. Don't get me wrong, when I say my back hurts, I don't lie about this shit, right? But it was also realized that I was using it as an excuse and wasn't moving at all. And what I needed was to move at least some to get motion back and to try to get the soreness out. And, so that part has been good. But to the point, yeah, I've known some physical therapists who are like, stretch it all the way out, stretch it. And you overstretch it and it's too much. So, and I said I wasn't going to stay, but it's 312, 313, or is that an 8? 13. My Jeannie would have been 73 yesterday. I made sort of a stew for supper too, Steve. I made me some red potatoes, red potato, mashed potatoes. And I don't peel them. I just cut them up and ball them down. Hey, Brandy. Brandy, the turmeric, what? I've got it. How much? What's the dosage and with what? Okay. Now I add turmeric to my diet and things, and try to put those herbs, and stuff versus like take it as a pill or whatever. But I'll tell you, in talking about the the world wobble of crazy ideas and so forth, um, you know, I kind of sort of predicted at the end of the year and coming into the new year, I said it's going to be really strange. And things are going to, whether it be, the event that's coming soon that is still hasn't happened and been waiting, what, 5 or 6 or 7 years now. Um, Seeing the moon out that window tonight when it wasn't there 2 nights ago. Okay. And that it was, you had to go outside and look up to see it. Now I can see it through the window. Something's moving around. Having seen Orion twisted tonight, and last night was seemed fair, but tonight was really weird the way it went down. Started out looking good, but we got twisted in a couple hours. It was like, what? And noticing the sun, I'm doing a recap of what I did 2 hours ago. And, with my passive solar windows, and when the sun shines through, it is like a, um, a solar clock, right? And But here this last week or so, um, where it's 11:30 on the wall clock, where the shadow is in the house is like reading 10 o'clock. It's been like an hour late. So it says sunrise is this. Okay. But I look at my clock, the house hasn't moved in all these years. So something is goofy. But I've noticed that the sun to my house and my solar clock, it's coming up late, as much as an hour late. And I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but for me in the house and the wall clock and, the time on the computer, the sun's been coming up late. So is the earth wobbling? Yep, absolutely. But are people wobbling even more? And some of these ideas and some of the craziness? Yeah, buddy. And I ain't looking for no pat on the back or nothing, but my prognostication that things were going to get squirrely, here we are, and it's my spirit guides have been, like Dave, you know, the message for the day for everybody is you ain't seen nothing yet. If you think this shit's squirrely, and that people have like where you thought they were on the right track, just jump the track altogether and are going down the side road, like what? Yeah, here's this train at 90 mile an hour going down the access road, instead of staying on the track. So it's like, whoa. But the interesting thing that my prognosticators have glimpsed me, if you will, is an interesting thing was that it's like Hawkeye, keep an eye on not necessarily the events like today and Putin and them being all buddy buddy and other people going, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Um, Hang on. So it's not the events, it's the people's reactions to the events. And that was sort of the last day or so, and working out and going through the jungle and, let's bungle in the jungle. Well, it's all right by me. I'm a tiger when I want love. I'm a snake if we disagree. Anyway, Jethro Tull. But so, in my daily meditations, it's like, so how are things going? And they're like, keep an eye on how people react to this stuff. Well, what stuff? Just stuff. Anything in particular? No, but just keep an eye on these are my, sometimes literal Hawkeye, pay attention. Oh, okay. You know, you know. Um, And then there's always the subtle tap on the shoulder when I'm going through the news and scrolling through stuff, and they go tap, 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 and I go, what? And they like, go back to that one. Oh, okay. You mean I got to listen to this shit? Yes. Okay. You know, and then so, but it's people's reactions to things. And in a way, it was sort of like, I'm not really comparing it to, but in a way I am before Trump was elected president, there all the folks that were talking about how bad he was, I had not listened to his speech. So I was listening to what mainstream media was talking about what he said in the speech. And then when I started listening to his speeches, I was like, they're lying through their teeth, through their ass, they're making holes up to lie through. And I was like, wow, I knew the mainstream media was lying, but holy crap, they were literally making shit up, him pissing on a bed with a couple of whores in Moscow or something, right? Are you serious? But anyway, um, he just does not seem the type, but there are kinky people, So anyway, though, but are we at the 20 yet? Yes, thank you. SOSDD. So for me to you, whether it's prognostication or whatever, I'm not trying to be a prophet. It's simply observation. Like what does the future hold from what I observe now, right? And with my spirit guide self and go, okay, gang, you know, just putting it out there to the universe. What should I pay attention to? What, and I don't really want to know the future anymore because I've heard people screaming and burning to death when that volcano went off in Guatemala that time. I saw it happen and it was just like, I still can't get it out of my head. But so, yeah, think about something else real quick. So, but anyway, so I don't want to know that kind of stuff. But they may say, well, watch out for earthquakes over somewhere, not maybe in a particular place, but or keep an eye on this over there, or watch the Gulf of Mexico, for example. There's going to be a lot of storms coming out of there. The Gulf is already setting up some patterns that looks like for us down here on the Gulf Coast, we might have a not necessarily an active hurricane season, but an active tropical season just by the way things are forming up now, and which means rain up the East Coast and possibly bad weather. But and as summertime rolls around, that also means afternoon showers or whatever, and which is normal for that kind of thing around here. But anyway, so but there's already seems to be weather patterns setting up. Now I haven't listened to NOAA or anybody or the National Weather Service, but my observations, we'll see. You know, um, just the way the planet's acting. So prognostication, no, but they said, a week or so ago, they said, keep an eye on the Gulf. I went, okay. And sure enough, we're getting weather coming out of the Gulf. And so I don't get time frames. They will just say, for me, what should I keep an eye on? Over here. Okay. So for yourself, do the same thing. You want to know what the future is, simply ask your higher self, what should I keep an eye on? And don't try to guess it, because trying to guess it is, well, it's a waste of time. Okay. Because especially if you're, um, especially if you're new at it, you will get it so wrong and you will have wasted so much time. And it's just like, so don't try to guess. If they, for me, it'd be like something like the picture will be, zoomed out over the Gulf of Mexico, looking at the satellite, and it'll be that. And the message that I feel is keep an eye on. Just okay, nothing in particular, or because I've asked them to not be specific with me like that anymore. But in politics, the same thing. What anything I need to keep an eye on, what's out there, and I might not get anything when I'm working in the woods, or maybe something will. But then when I get back to the house, like tonight when I did, and I clocked in onto the computer, I was like, ooh, okay. So they were like, when you get back to the house, click on today's events. Okay, nothing in particular, nothing specific. Just go back to the house and check. Okay. And lo and behold, so for you, um, um, for you, that's what you need to learn to do. And for me, I share this stuff with you, but this stuff goes on all the time, especially these last few years when I really kind of turned up the tuning in part. But I don't ask for anything specific unless they feel it's necessary to, like, hey, over here. Other things are like, a lot of it is my own observations with higher intuition, if you will. I know my folks up yonder have been more right than wrong. They're like 85 to 90%, and it's been my interpretation, but most of the time they're more right. So, but it ain't nothing more than intuition, and other people get it too. So you practice yourself and see what you feel. And that's part of the ceremony. That's part of connection with your spirit guides. You don't need a ceremony to stay connected to your spirit guides. This is an important lesson for all of us. I continue to learn what does this mean? And the biggest thing is when you have to allow it to happen without expectation. You got to I get this feeling like, what about this or that? And if I go, well, let me think on that. Okay, let me see if I can give like a basic example. Oh, okay. Just I'm going to use my kayak river something trip, right? So, and looking out in the yard today and working and stuff, I'm looking at the canoe and I'm looking how nice the weather is. And I had checked the river level the other day, and I'm like, I really want to get on the river soon before the river gets too low and we don't have any rain and it gets too hot. And then I want to go now. So, um, but in that, I'm thinking, well, you know, um, there are different levels of going to the river. Well, should I take the canoe? Should I take the kayak? Should I take the dog? Should I drag somebody with me? Wait. So, this picture in my head of going to the river, that's the picture I see of going to the river. Now, what I do, how I go there, when I go, what is the level of the river? Does Duggar go with me? Do we take the canoe or the kayak? What are the circumstances? Not a clue. Okay. The clue is simply a picture of a place that I've been to on the river. So, I want to go there. Well, like today, I had no idea I was going to be, half renter in a backhoe. So I don't think I'm going to be going to the river in the next week because of the backhoe. But next week, who knows? Might be on the river, might something, whatever it might be. Maybe the river means that with the backhoe, I open up a trail so I can get to my own river in my own backyard. Instead of having to drive somewhere, I just go take a walk and get on my own river. That's going to be cool too, right? So, but the picture, my premonition in this instance, is a picture of the river. And now the rest is me and wanting to go. Let's go. It's a time. All these other emotions come from me from that one picture. Okay. From what I want out of it. Right. So you might get a picture of something and picture of the river. Well, the picture might end up being absolutely something else that has nothing to do with me in a kayak or a canoe. It might be that somebody stops by and says, "Hey, ride down to the river with me." or something just out of the blue. So what it might be that I think it's going to be related to, it turns out that it's still the river and I'm still go there, but it's unrelated to what I think it's going to be. Canoe, but nope. Somebody drops by out of the blue and says, "Take me to the take me." Oh, no, I don't have time for a boat, but will you ride with? Oh, I mean, so that's the difference, right? So the interpretation, picture of the river, picture a thing, and then you just have to leave it alone. You can look at, well, whether I get a vision of the river. Now I'm using this as an example, but so in my vision of the river, I really want to go and want to go soon, but certain things like I wanted to go this week, but I got a backhoe instead. So, all right, well, put it off a little more. It's okay. But I still have this picture of the river. So, but is somebody going to come and swipe me to ride down there? Is it going to next week? Me and Doug are going to go on a trip. I still don't know. Or maybe I'm going to be on my own river. So there are these possibilities of the picture that I feel that is my instinct, that is whatever it is, right? So, but in deciphering it, that's what you have to learn. There are these different levels, inflections, and so forth. So you get a picture of something and you go, well, I'm sure it's this. And sometimes because there's something within us that wants to we want to convince ourselves that that's the answer because it seems like it fits the bill when maybe that ain't what it turns out to be. So you have to be aware of that. But if you make up your mind before it actually comes true or the event or whatever, then that's when you go, oh crap, I thought it was this and it's actually this. Well, some bitch. So as you learn, as I'm still learning, so here's my picture, here's the mental thing. Now I have to let that picture lie. I can allow my feelings to go into the picture. I really want to go on a fishing trip just for the hell of it. I've been canoeing and kayaking, but I got a fishing license, and I would just like to go throw a rod. Not really interested in catching. I just want to go casting. Catch and release. Don't even care if I catch anything. I just kind of want to go out and just play, right? So but does that mean that's what I'm going to do in my picture? Because would like to go fishing. Do I have to go fishing? No. If I take Duggar, that's a pain in the, you know. Oh, and he's in the way, and the thing hit him. Yeah. But it's a possibility. So but and instead of making up my mind from my personal vibes or what my thoughts have been. Man, when's the next time me and Doug are going to go on the river? Today, when we was over looking at the thing, it was at um, talking with the missus over there, and I was like, here's this old boat trailer. The tires missing on one side, and the other one's flat and everything, and and it was for a bigger boat, but I would like to have at least the use of a trailer that I can just slide my canoe on so I don't have to try to lift it over my head and try to put it on my truck. And as much as I don't want another trailer or anything, I really want to be able to take my canoe more than I have been. So I got to look at another, what it boils down to is a trailer. So the trailer that I got for my kayaks is great, but I can't take the dog and gear and stuff, and I can't take the canoe. So, but anyway, but my point is, I'm talking about this and the kayak and the river and all. because I was looking at a trailer this afternoon. And so, is that the picture that the river's showing me, that I'm going to fix up a trailer and be able to just slide the canoe on and I'll be able to go easier? And me and Doug will really be comfortable. I can take my trolling motor and batteries and stuff and like go on a real trip. Not that I don't mind paddling. I don't mind paddling. But with my trolling motor and batteries, which I have, um, I can go a lot further, you know, and not be as tired. And so it's like that's groove to me. That's groovy. Not being a cheat because I like paddling. But if I get too tired and we've gone too far down river and I'm on my way back up, to have that trolling motor to be able to just sit there and just brrrr and take us to the house is a good, that's cool. But anyway, so my vision of river, does it include all these nuances? I don't know. I just have to let some time go by and it will develop on its own. Now I can make it happen to go kayaking, or something else might show up. Oh, I could still go to the river. All right. And well, that picture that I had of the river in my brain, this doesn't really feel like it's it. So I come home and I talk to somebody about the river and something else. And the next thing I know, then the event of the river in my head, that picture comes true. And you go, oh, this is what they showed me. This person was going to show up. We were going to, and this is the river event. I thought that I already had this one figured. No, that wasn't it. I created a river event to try to fit the picture, but in the end, it was still a good river event. Everything was groovy, but it wasn't the one that was in the picture they gave in my head. So as that one happens, you go, well, now, let me look at this. Uh, so, but anyway, I'm gonna shut up. It's been 3 hours and 22 minutes. But anyway, I haven't been on in a while and stuff, and I just wanted to come and hang out with y'all and just kind of be here and you're not really bitch about anything, um, you know. But spiritually speaking, you know, we just the message that keeps coming from the spirit side of stuff is to keep that core value strong. Don't give up. Believe in it. Um, if there's something that you find out that you've just been damn sure wrong about, then take it into consideration. But there are some folks who are professing that, oh, I thought I was right about this, and come to find out I was wrong. Hold that thought. There are some people that, after 30 years of thinking that the earth is round, have suddenly become flat earthers. And that's backing up. Okay. So there are some folks I'm like, wait a minute, what you thought, oh well, I've thought all my life that the earth is round, just to come to find out here after all these years that the earth is flat. No, please no, please, oh no, sweet Jesus. Oh no, we've lost another one. I thought we were safe, but we've lost another one. So all I can say is that there are folks like that with other things going on, that somehow they're, whatever it is that they were convinced was the truth, they've somehow swung to some weird side that we just did not know that they occupied. Okay. So and maybe, just maybe, this change of atmosphere of people's emotions or thoughts or whatever, And some of them have gone from like being like medium normal to like either um, going off the chain the other way or just dropping out entirely. I mean, there's some folks that are just, oh, I quit. I ain't giving. I don't want to. I don't care about this anymore. I don't want to blah blah blah. And I'm not going to be. I'm not like what? If you're going to keep breathing and opening your eyes, then that means you're going to continue to participate in this life, your life, our life. This. So if you're still breathing and using your, faculty thingies, eyeballs and hearing and stuff, then you're participating. Then either shut it all off and go into a coma or participate. you get off your ass and participate. Create something. And, until I got my message today, I was like hell bent for election to play some music, right? And I've been wanting to play my harmonicas, but the last couple times I tried, Duggar goes off on this howling thing. I did not want to, subject him to, that kind of torture. So, um, while he was outside running, I was going to like take 10 minutes and, and play my harp. And, but now this thing with the came up today about the the backhoe. Now understand, I have been dreaming of this for 40 years. Phone call this morning out of the blue. Hey, guess what? So this idea, never don't give up hope, believe, 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 believe. I was just like, well, maybe one of these days. Tomorrow, the next day is the day. It's my turn. Holy crap. Without any kind of wishing or hoping, because I've wished and hoped for 40 freaking years, and it's gonna come here on Thursday. It'll be my day. We each get 3 days. Holy crap. So at a fairly decent price. But to the point though that I had not seen this coming. I did know because I was actively doing some landscaping and stuff to get ready for this spring. And I want to move forward with planting some more fruit trees and doing some thinning and getting the blueberries going better and making something of it this year. So that next year I'll have more blueberries and better, and the next year, provided I'm still around, right? Because I'm 69 and a half now. I have to keep that up. But so I feel good about wanting to make progress, even though it's a lot of hard work. I look forward to spending all my money on fruit trees here in this next couple of months because I see the future value in it, and I really want to get it off the ground. So it's like I've spent, $1,600 on my truck. I'm gonna fix that son of a gun, one way or the other, So, um, but it's all heading in the right direction. You know what I mean? It's all t- taken a different course than what I thought was going to happen. It's like, whoop, here we go with this. Whoops. Now here's this. Now here's that. And I was working on this, just thinking. My general expectation was it seems like for me, my vision was that it's going to get busy this spring for a couple of weeks in trying to get, you know, trees in and, and certain things settled, try it before it gets hot, get a couple of make some headway with my trails and so forth. And here we are. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Yes, there's a lot of work involved, but I am looking forward to it at my age, at 69 and a half, uh, going down and working like a slave down in the swamp and clearing land and doing stuff. I'm absolutely looking forward to it. But here's the thing, that I'm also, somehow it's like I'm picking up the dream that I had started years ago when stuff just got out of hand, right? I used to have beautiful trails through the woods and stuff, and nice camp area on the, and all these other things until the hurricane. So, but now it's like, after all these years, I'm going to pick up where I left off with whatever new insights, with whatever new changes to the forest, because they have been some. But rather than worry about what it was and how it's changed and, oh my God, what am I going to do? Just deal with it. Just deal with it. There's a tree down over here and you can't get through. Okay, we'll work around it. Well, but instead of, oh my God, I can't, which is what I realized I had accepted myself. Um, Now my push is to try to get some of this done before it gets too hot, but then be able to easily maintain um, the trails once I get them back to where they were. Because it was a lot of, I could get to the river in a couple of minutes when the trails were clear. I mean, just I could trot down there. I used to run in the evenings about sunset and just trot down to the river and sit as the sun went down by the river bank and watch the critters and so forth, and then be able to walk back in the dark because the trails were that clear and didn't need any flashlights or anything because they were that wide that you wouldn't get poked in the eye with anything. I could walk from the river back to the house in the dark. Did it a lot of times because that's how good the trails were. So I'm looking forward to that. But here's the thing. I'm hoping that as I open up the trails again, I was talking with Rob's wife and his girls and his little young his young boy. He ain't quite talking yet, but a lot of pointing and uttering. Um, that I told his wife, I said, he and I'd been talking about, that one of these days, um, him and the girls were going to come down to my river and go camping down there at the campsite. She was like, "Yeah, he mentioned that." And I said, "Well, listen, your youngest is like my grandchildren." And I said, "My grandchildren was only here for about a week or 10 days and was not able to really share this, and they ain't been back since." And I said, "But y'all live right down the road over there." And I said, "But to have y'all come and have your youngins, because I've had other folks as youngins, running through the woods and up and down the trails and down playing in the water on the river, and and I was like, it's it'd be nice to have your girls and your kids running, running in my backyard and playing on the river. It would please me, and it would. I mean this. It would please me to no end to see them youngins down there playing through the woods. And they some cool youngins too. I mean, yeah, they some cool youngins. So to grow up with them as my neighbors and folks and stuff, and for you know, Rob is one of the ones that I want him to be the caretaker of the property, to keep an eye on me if it ever gets so bad, and that he would be the executor and take care of things and make sure I get, buried. Um, Despite we'll work out family member things. My granddaughter's supposed to come up. We're all supposed to meet. I think it's all good, but because he's here and now, I still want him, and and his wife and so forth, and all these kids that they are my extended family here, and Um, you know, it is what it is, but for them to be able to, play in the backyard like I used to back in the day when unfortunately my grandchildren were only here for a short time, but there were other grandchildren and there were other children and there were, you know, foster kids and other people's kids and stuff over the years. But it's been quiet with all of that in my backyard. But to open it back up means to bring life back, you know. And I'm hoping that by doing this and opening it back up, and I'm using the girls and, as an example, but they do want to go. They do want to come over. And his wife included, right? Like, just come on over. We go down there and picnic and stuff, and 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 but you'll still be close to the house, and it's on private property. Won't have to worry about somebody coming up on you. I mean, I'm sure there are some really cool places, and there are on the Clockney, but you'd be on somebody else's property, and this way we'd be on the river and not have to worry about somebody walking up on you or telling you to go away or you can't have a fire. Just, hey, Susie Q, did I say hi? Yeah, I saw you say something about cake. Shame on y'all. I got the munchies. And it's 4 o'clock. So, in talking about the river and stuff like that, my spirit has shown me that some of these things are possible, whether they actually happen the way the vision is. But, we talked about the backhoe. We talked about his kids coming over. We talked about opening up the trails again. And 2 years ago, okay? And so 2 years later, some of these things are happening. So where I hadn't necessarily given up on it actually happening, there was no time set for when it would happen. But now having, you know, talked with his wife and played with the kids, Duggar went over and played dragging the little girls all over the yard. It was precious. Oh, it was so much fun watching what. And the little boy had never seen a dog, because he home most of the time and they play outside and they got cats, but they don't have a dog. And so this is this young boy's first time at ever having petted or a dog. And it just so happens that it's Duggar, you know. So I can't wait. A 420 baker would be more heart filling though. And yeah, another thing's filling too. I got some Rice Krispie treats in the freezer. And I've been trying to share them with folks, and nobody's like, "Well, I don't know." And I'm like, "Okay." And somewhere I got some chocolate, and I do have some can of butter that's in the freezer as well. That is just waiting to be like thawed out and baked into something. Youngins love that word, yeah. But when I was a kid, and I was Cub Scout, Boy Scout, and there was always families, and it seemed like there was always somebody younger. And when I was a teenager, I can remember being annoyed. But then, as when my son was born, um, and I worked at Green Oak Center for the handicapped and so forth, mentally and physically. And I started work with them, and it was like there's a whole different understanding of people's. Um, with different disabilities. And I learned that back in the 70s, right? Like early to mid 70s. And working with these people and the blind and the handicapped and so forth. And, when you've worked with a Down syndrome patient or you've worked with someone who's blind with microcephaly, they're microcephalic. They have a small brain versus the macrocephalic, which is too much water on the brain and the brain is swelled. The microcephalic, their brains are but much smaller and it looks like what? It don't like their head's big enough. And in a way, it ain't. So the different traits of different peoples and different personalities with just different disabilities. I mean, just the whole gamut of things. But then after all these years, uh, working with just people and that noticing that there are quote normal people that have like really abnormal types of behavior, not necessarily kinky or crazy, but I've run across some of that too in my second wife's family, that did a little bit of diddling with the daughters when they were growing up. He's since dead and gone, thank you Jesus, but then there's that perversion in country folk, and very strange habits and things by people that you just would go, what? So, but with that said, though, um, people and personalities, when you think you got it right, you know, eh, you got it wrong. So, keep your eyes open and, you know, not necessarily be wary of people, uh, but always always forge ahead with a little bit of caution. In that, if somebody's, like my neighbors and Rob and the family, these people I can trust, they're trustworthy people, and it's like you just know it, right? Versus somebody that and you've known them for a while, but you haven't really interacted with them. You've been to church or maybe a social meeting, but now for the first time, they want to go on the river with you. So you don't know what there's. I keep using the river, but there's the river and the water, and that's all symbolic, but also to the point though. But so somebody says, "Oh yeah, I love to fish and camp and all that." Well, hey, go down the river with me then. Now I've been on the river a bunch of times, right? I lose count. 1,000 times, probably not enough. Literally over the years. So, versus a person who's been bank fishing a couple of times versus me literally being all over the river, up and down at different heights and stages in different kayaks, canoes, and, just stuff versus a person that has been in a John boat once. And, so they're good people. Them, they're smart, they're intelligent, and they have said, well, yeah, I have been boating and camping before. So you assume, okay, and then you get there to come to find out, you know, that they really don't know how to swim, but they have to wear a life preserver anyway. But this idea of that they know how to paddle and have, paddled a canoe before is like one time in a lake, somewhere where there was no current or, and it's like, holy crap. So they kind of sort of told you the truth. But then when you really get there, they didn't lie. They didn't really stretch the truth. But compared to your experience, eh, you know, So, and it goes without saying, no matter, I'm just using the river and the kayak as the thing, but as well as you may know someone um, who you think knows this stuff. They might even have an old John boat there and back hanging on the wall of their garage or something. Never used it. I got a friend of mine that's had three boats or maybe four in the last 20 years that I've known him. Got one now, bought it, was going to, take it down and this and that. Ain't been in the water since he bought it. I'm going to do this and that. Ain't done that yet since he bought it. Now, he's had three or four or five other boats since I've known him, right? So this is the new iteration. And he mentioned the other day, and like, well, I got to fix the lights on it and then before I sell it. Now, he still ain't put this thing in the water, right? But he's got a boat. So there are people who have boats who are always working on them, always going to take them to the river, always going to do something with them, but they ain't never been on the water with a boat. And they have talked a good line for years and years and years. Where when I talk about going on the river, I've been there. Me and Duggar, I got pictures. I make videos now. So, but there are other people who want to have this experience. They've had boats over the years with intentions to do these things, but whatever the excuse or whatever the, circumstances, it ends up that they ain't really done it. Me, I'd go right now to the river, but I got stuff to do in a couple of hours. So it's 4:02 a.m. in the morning time. We got Chloe and Witch Moon and Michelle. Good night, Michelle. We will talk to you soon. Y'all say a prayer for me the next couple of days that I can, me and my body will can make it through whatever we end up doing. I mean it, but I'm also laughing. But um, anyway, and I'm like I'm getting really giddy and crazy. Love you too, Michelle. I think when that backhoe, gets brought to me for my 3 days, I think I'm gonna be giddy. I think I'm gonna be like a damn little, you know, uh, um, I don't know, a 4-year-old that's gotten like for me when I was growing up, I don't know, it was 5, 6, 7 ish, maybe. No, I must have been a little older than that because we were in Florida. So I'd had to been like 8. When my grandpa Raleigh, when he was alive, he loved toy trains. And at one Christmas, when before he passed away, Christmas was he bought Lionel, you know, train and all the accoutrements and everything. And we had train tracks all on the living room floor and around the Christmas tree. And Grandpa's eyes were like this big around, you know, and playing with the trains. And you put these little tablets in and it would puff smoke and all that stuff. And that was just amazing. But anyway, those things that are special to us that we remember are important to us, and for me to have that memory still, I can't remember what year it was, but it was in the early 60s. But having seen the joy of what model trains did for my grandfather, the joy it brought him to have it, to bring it to us kids, right? To his grandkids. And um actually, to find out that, Lynn and I weren't actually his grandkids, but we didn't know that until later. But he treated us better than our actual grandparents did, you know. Um, so looking back at it, it was like, holy crap, you know, Grandpa Raleigh really loved me. I mean, I knew he loved me, but I mean, having found out that, you know, that I was adopted and all the stuff, and how my grandparents had literally, Grandma Null had just thrown me and Ma out on a cold winter's day in December, you know, literally. Um, on a train bound for nowhere, I met up with a gambler. We're both too tired to sleep. Anyway, so, but to find out later on that Grandpa Raleigh, who knew uh, all of the facts, brought me in and treated me with extra kindness as if I was his grandson. And because I still remember some of the things we did together, and you know, just holy crap. So what a shame he died as early as he did, because if he'd lived as long as my grandma, as grandma did, we would have had fishing trips, and we'd have went to stock car races. We'd have went to Daytona. We'd have done a lot of stuff, but it didn't work out that way. But I still, after I'm older than he lived, right? He died in his late 50s, so I'm older than he, you know, than he made it. So, but anyway, and he was a crook like me in that he used to run moonshine, so we had a lot in common. But in the grand scheme of things, though, what we remember and who influences us, it's one of them weird things. You can meet somebody on the street, and they will have something, your interaction, you'll remember it for the rest of your life. There are certain people and things and stuff that I remember, and I just like, why remember this incident? Well, there are a lot of other stuff that obviously uh, I don't remember with other people and other things that would seem to be at some point more important than this little tidbit of memory. But you never know. But what does it mean in the long run? Just keep an eye on stuff, because sometimes the littlest thing might be the big one. And sometimes the people that you think you really know, they might be the people you don't really know. Like my example of the, you know, the person who said, "Yeah, I got a canoe and I've been on the river," when they ain't actually like a friend of mine that I know personally now. um, Beg them to go to the river. And you got a boat. I got a damn, come on, I'll paddle. You just sit in the damn. No, I still ain't been in a boat yet. Maybe I have not given up hope, but not yet is my point. Um, which reminds me of a joke I heard. Down in Louisiana, the Times Picayune, they got this thing in there that they say, you know, did you hear Boudreaux's walking down the street and he seems old Clem sitting over there on the park bench. And he go, "Clem, hey me, you can me you talk, eh? Yeah, come on." So he say, "Hey, you smart, you got some intelligence." He go, "Do you know what a female uh, woman's yet is?" You know, Clem look at him and say, "What you mean, that Boudreaux?" And Boudreaux, he say, "Do you know what a female woman's yet is?" And Clem look at me, "Well, I done took me some biology, and I done, you know, took me this course in, you know, and making your heart pump in an emergency." And he said, "I done some mouth to mouth resuscitation, But he said, a female woman's what? He said, a female woman's yet. And Clem said, I'm sorry, son. I guess me, or I just don't know. And he said, well, how do you know about this? And he said, well, it says right here on the front page of the Times Picayune. He said, a robber was caught and woman was shot and bullet is in her yet. There you go. So a joke for the at 411. Yeah, they are. Those trains. Yeah, the being careless. Yeah, you got that one, Susie. A female woman's yet. Yeah. I'm sorry, it got me off track, but when I heard that in that when I said yet, I was like, oh my God, that reminds me of that joke. That little story. So now it's got me tickled, but um keep it on the sunny side, always on the sunny side. Keep it on the sunny side of life. I'm gonna be playing music soon. Uh, you know, um, I got a slight detour here with the backhoe. I'm so tickled, but I got to get my fingers back in with playing on my strings, and if if I can throw Duggar outside and play the harmonica when he ain't here. You know, I want to get back to doing that because I've been listening to some harmonica and I was like, man, I know how to do that riff. And it was some really cool slow blues riffs. And I was like, man, I know how to do that. I was like, I want to play. And I was like, well, as soon as I did, Duggar was like, it just sounded so painful. I just couldn't continue. But anyway, um, I've got the music in me. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. Feeling funky, feeling good. I'm gonna be in your neighborhood. I got the music in me. Y'all clap along now. You know, don't get the clap, but clap along. Yeah, for this being the end of February, I've had a crap load of trouble with my truck. I've had issues, not big issues, but issues with some other things that have just been annoyances. But it's okay, but just annoyances. Um, other people have had bigger annoyances than me, but um, I've been able, at some point, been able to, whatever the annoyance, learn something from it. I'm still learning. And so my attitude is still good. I haven't thrown anything across the yard or broken anything, or, when I could have and maybe should have been angry a couple of times. But as the year turns, we're coming into March. Um, I don't really see anything, not just for me, but future wise, of there being something that's going to kill us all. I mean, future events are like, um, we've got work to do. And those folks who know what that means, for whatever it means to them, I think we know we got work to do. Whether it's for me, clearing land, making trails, planting gardens, it, it, for whatever it means to you, we got work to do. For me, there doesn't, well, I want to retract that thought before I said it. There does seem to be a slight urgency with certain things. Now, my urgency of wanting to open up my trails, I'm just using as an example, is that I want to get to the river again. And I miss that. And I made it an excuse and all the things I've talked about. But now getting the backhoe today, that's a twist. Okay. After 40 years of wanting, that's a twist. Okay. So, but that helps get to the river now, right? And that's just now I can invite friends to go to the river and we can actually get there with oh my God. So there are things that seem to be pipe dreams going to happen are all of a sudden a lot closer than they were yesterday, right? So things are going to get busy, but I had no idea it would take this turn of events. Nothing wrong with it. Going to be busy. A lot of difference. A lot of, but okay. So now I don't know how this is going to go for other folks, but it is definitely an interesting twist. But so far, everything that has presented itself up to this point, other than my truck being broke down all the time, with the money that I've spent and all the parts that I've replaced, I'll have damn near a brand new truck with a new all these new parts, So, okie doke. Um, the idea then that the investment, it's 418, so I got a little bit left. The investment that I've been making, if folks are being wise with whatever resources they have, make sure that your investment is a good one. If you're going to, buy a new part for your truck, don't buy the cheapest one, get somewhere in the middle, Um, if you're going to do this or that, try to fix it the best way you can with whatever resources. And when things look like, oh my God, it's going crazy again, laugh about it. Just laugh about it. Because some of this shit we can't do nothing about. And the shit we can do something about, we should do it with gentleness and with grace. And we should be like Possum. And we should understand that in our life, that we don't have to make an excuse for what we do. Now, our lifestyle or whatever, now that doesn't mean we got to try to shove our shit down somebody else's throat. But if somebody else is trying to get in your business and they trying to tell you what to do, that's different. Nobody has the right. They can jaw all they want to, but you don't have to make an excuse to anyone. Whether your decisions are right or wrong, you don't have to make up any excuses to anyone as to why you did something or why you live the way you do or how you feel a particular way. And here's the thing, you can change your mind anytime you want as you learn information and so forth. So, but in this grand scheme of things, what is the most important is that 20? Yay, I'm on time. Beauty and grace. It's not the first time that I've done that tonight, but it's the first time I continue to notice out of the corner of my eye the dealings that I've had with friends and folks and stuff, over the many years and then over these last few months and stuff. And some folks my age, friend of mine, he's into bees and he'd been wanting to get goats and stuff. And I was like, Mr. Randy, I said, I love you, my friend, but get some chickens. Well, what about goats? And I was like, well, goats run around and you don't run much anymore. And, goats will get loose and, and they eat the neighbor's stuff where chickens, they'll peck around, but, you know, and also, what are you going to do with the goat? Well, I could get their milk. And I said, well, you're not set up for milking a goat. You don't have it's going to cost you money. Well, why can't I just turn the goat loose? Because I said, if you just turn the goat loose, the milk, if you get a milk goat, the milk's going to come out sour. It ain't going to taste right. You have to feed a milk goat the proper hay and stuff like that. Then I said, well, I'll just get a couple of goats to keep my yard down. And he's got a couple of acres of land. And so I won't have to mow it. And I said, but, they can get out and stuff. And, you have no idea how to care for them. And I said, honest to goodness, why do you want some goats? And he looked at me and he goes, so I can love on them. And I was like, well, now that's different. But let me tell you, I've had a lot of chickens over the years, and you can love on them, okay? But he looked at me, had a grown man who's been through, survived cancer surgery and so forth, um, so I can love on them. Not a clue. But now he's trying his hand after all these years, and he started some beehives. And Moultrie has an apiary. These folks have been doing bees for a long time, and you can buy them, sell them, anything having to do with bees, you can get them from this place up there in Moultrie. So for many years, he was like, I want to do bees. I want to do bees. I want to do bees. Okay. So he's actually finally got him one hive started. So I'm proud of him, right? But now he wants to get a goat or goats. Why? So I could love on them. I said, but you can get chickens and get eggs from them and you can still love on them. But, uh, so uh, in looking at practical things, so, he wants a goat, but, I, from my practical standpoint, I love my dear friend Randy. We've known each other for a long time. And ever since I've been on this place, um, and so him, I said, now come on, Randy, be honest with me so I can love on him. I was like, I get that. I get it. I get it, okay. He's had dogs and a cats, but he wants a goat so he can love them. So, Mr. Randy, get chickens. They give you eggs, and you're not just spending money on them. You have to feed them and so forth. You have to, they're not going to get everything they need from scratching in the yard. You're going to have to feed them. Oh, really? Yeah. But you can do it, and it doesn't cost a lot. But you want to get a goat, you got to feed them too. Really? I thought I could just turn them loose in the well, but they might make it. But you're still everybody I know that has goats like that. They still supplement them each month. Oh, you mean I gotta feed the goats? Like I gotta? Yeah. Oh. you know so doing these things and getting back to nature and being self-sufficient and all this stuff, people think, oh, I'm going to get a couple of these and everything's going to just be just fine. You got to work at it. So things are going to get busy. I want to get back. um, it's the time of year for the local feed and seed, um, to get chickens in. So I want to get chickens back in my chicken pens this year because I've got these huge pens and they know chickens on them, and that's just stupid. So at what it costs me each month, I can have fresh eggs again. And me and the cats and the dog and stuff, I've been eating store bought eggs, but they just ain't the same. And I've had some eggs that I bought that was about 3 weeks old, and my fresh eggs could be 3 weeks old in my refrigerator, and they still be good. I get eggs that are supposed to be good and by the due date kind of thing, and crack them open and go, Nah, you know. I end up feeding them to the cats, but that's not the point. But anyway, so I'm going to go back to doing chickens as well. So being able to work on the farm and be able to do something positive, invest in chickens and some feed, eggs, and so forth. Um, Invest in fruit trees for next year and the year next, and invest in this for this and this and this. Um, Hopefully, folks will use their time um, and whatever resources they have and invest it in something that's going to be worthwhile versus a get rich quick scheme, or I'm going to buy some gold, or I'm going to do whatever. Invest in something, and especially invest in something that's going to make you smile and be happy. Smile, be happy. Here's a little song I wrote. I want to sing it note for note. Don't worry, I'll be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. Do 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 do. Don't worry now. Do do do. Don't worry, be happy now. So, my dear friends, have a great day. I hope to see you in a couple of days. Just know I'm going to be busy. So, wish me luck, and I'm putting it out there early. I'm asking for prayers to just. I want my body to hold up for what I'm fixing to put it through. What my intentions are to work my ass off, and I hope my ass can pull it through. So but anyway, we'll see how it goes. And I'm going to take pictures and stuff. So um, you know, I just want to share it. Just because I talk about it all the time. But here's the thing, again, to get things fixed up and to get you know trails and the river open and that means if maybe one of y'all want to actually like to come down here and go camping with us one weekend or sometime. But anyway, so uh, that makes me feel good in that you can still camp up here on the hill, but to not be able to access the back part of the woods, but to do that open again, hey, come camping, you know, whether you want to or not, or if anybody does show up, and I don't mean that rudely, but I would feel more comfortable in like, come on, yeah, if you're in the neighborhood, stop by. So have a great morning and a great rest of the week. Now I got the hiccups. Um, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And some of these things will just drop out of the sky. Uh, you too, Chloe and Susie Q. Each and every and Witch Moon. Yep, you have a honey winery here. Yep. I'm seriously with the amount of wild blueberries here and what I want to do, there are not enough bees. And so I've been a little skittish of bees because I've had several friends that have worked bees, but I was always a little skittish somehow. Um, and just the buzzing thing. And but now I know you spoke him how to do it and all that stuff, but I was just I don't know, as old as I am, and some, how critical working with bees is at certain points, that I would somehow screw it up. And these beehives ain't cheap, right? So, but anyway, I really see the value in getting some beehives started here. For example, um, there's plenty of space on the property where the bees could stay, and with all of the local fauna and flora, and the different types of wildflowers and the bushes, and honeysuckle, and there's just all kinds of, there's a variety, right? So to have that, and that, to also know that nothing here at my place would ever get sprayed with any kind of chemical, no farm equipment, no nothing like that would invade my hives. So, but I want to get back to chickens because I know how to do them. But I can absolutely see where, if once I get certain things back on track, that I need to maybe push the envelope more, and get beehives of my own, because I see the value of having the bees pollinate my farm, you know, pollinate my fruit trees, because they ain't enough. There used to be bees all around, and they're not like they used to be. So, if I want my fruit trees to bear, I better get some bees, you know. That's how that works. Down in Florida, I remember there were guys that, would put 50 beehives on a tractor trailer at night. When they'd all go back to their things, they'd load them on the back of a tractor trailer, and sometimes they'd put a canvas over them and literally drive them 500 miles to another state, to where they would rent their bees out to pollinate whatever it was they were doing. So there were folks literally driving around, cross country, cross state lines, with bumblebees, and take them out to farmers' fields during the seasons to pollinate their crops. So bees, big business. And for those of you who may have heard, over the years, there's been a decimation of bees, and just weird things happening with bees. And so, but anyway, um, I'm still yapping, but I'm still learning. But so every day that me and Duggar go outside, and he chases the cats, and I watch the local birds coming through, we continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn to accept and receive that holly, the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which is always important to you and me, is that I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. I smell perfume. There's somebody here. I continue to pray for that. Y'all keep up the good work. I swear to goodness, that's the oddest thing. It's like somebody opened up a bottle of, not necessarily perfume, but an aromatic really strong. I mean, it's like burning my nose. And then it was gone. And I've got this bottle of eucalyptus oil in this bottle over here. And at first I thought that smells like the bottle was open, but there ain't nothing around here. But the smell is very distinct. That only means one thing: somebody's visited, been by, or something. Because when my grandma Raleigh died, she always wore this just plain, simple rose water as a perfume. And there are times when I can smell, when Granny's nearby, you can smell that hint of rose water. Very, man, whatever it is really strong. Whoa. Now that's just damned interesting. Right here at the end, fixing to go to bed and call it a good night and good morning. It has sort of a camphor. No, that's a cigarette, but that's been down there. Wow, it was really strong. I'm sorry. I'm not really freaking out, but I'm trying to figure out what the smell is. And it's really strong right now. Wow. It's almost got a camphor, not really a Vicks vapor rub, but that menthol kind of to it that clears your nostrils. And it's a sweetness along with it. And they ain't nothing here in the house because I'd have smelled it earlier. I haven't touched anything. I haven't knocked any. There ain't nothing around here that I would knock over. And I know what eucalyptus oil smells like, but it's in the bottle over there. I see it. It ain't been knocked over. Wow. So here's the thing. I was talking about signals and signs and stuff from, spirits and guides and stuff. So I ain't got a clue what this smell is or what it represents. But now I'm going to take this and go, now that I've looked around and eliminated it ain't here, there's nothing here that smells like that, then it must mean that this smell is going to represent something in the future. Okay. That something will trigger this smell again, and I'll go, I remember this. Oh, so this smell is that event or person or thing or whatever it might be. So because I'm here to tell you, I mean, it's opening up this nostril like I just put a Vicks vapor rub thingy up my nose. Wow, that's extremely strange. And I ain't touched nothing. This is really weird. Dear. I'm not freaking out, but it is really weird because I've had really weird things happen before, but it's like, whoa, it's so distinct. Like, dang. And like I have smelled it before, but I can't put my finger on it, but it's definitely like an aromatic. Um, like you would, somebody's got one of those machines. Oh my goodness. Wow. Now that's a strange thought out of nowhere. Okay. I knew this lady years ago. She literally wrote a book about kudzu. and we met doing. I was doing puppets and popcorn with the popcorn wagon, and she was doing kudzu books and jellies and stuff. And we met doing different trade shows. And nice lady, and she ended up moving down to St. Petersburg to help her brother out or something. But anyway, and we stayed in touch over the years, called each other, and not real close, but we did stay in touch. And just friends, no kind of, intimacy like that, but friends. And we kind of connected in ways that other folks might not. Like, kind of sort of like carnies, because we traveled around and did different events and things like that. And that takes a different kind of person to do that kind of thing. Not everybody's cut out. Well, so, but she had some items that when she moved, she left with me. And one of them was this machine that you put crystals in and turn it on and it heats it up and it gives these different scents in the house or the room, right? And so the smell that I'm smelling, and I haven't talked to this lady in a while, many moons, but of all the people and all the places and all the gin joints, you know, um, the smell reminds me of one of the scents from that machine, the crystals, right? But they nothing around here, and maybe over here on a shelf there are the crystals, and maybe even the machine because I had used it at a time or two and was going to give it to this person who never accepted it. But it smells like those crystals in one of those machines that you sit by the bed or whatever to relax you, whatever. And there were drops too, but I've been sitting here with y'all for the last 4.5 hours. I ain't got up, done nothing, or touched nothing to have set off that smell. But it's damn sure distinct. So anyway, that's going to be interesting to. So my point is there have been times when a smell or a thing or a sound or something, and that might be the signal that someone that you know have known has passed away, right? So, but it's odd that of all the people that I've known over the years, I can't even tell you her name, okay? But I can see her face and the times we interacted and did some stuff, and of all the people, is it related to her? I may never know. But now I'm still living in the same place. My phone number is the same for the last 25 years. And so it would be easy for her to call me and touch base with me versus me trying to hunt her down when I can't remember her name. But to the point though, um, ain't that weird? I get the association of her with this smell. I'm just stating it out loud because y'all are here while it's happening. So, not a clue. Um, she knew people up here in Georgia near me, 15, 20 miles, like the next town over kind of thing. Not really far, but, kind of still in the neighborhood. Um, so if for some reason I get a phone call or she shows up because has been here to the house before she moved to Florida, so she could show up, here because I ain't moved. Now that would just be interesting for whatever reason. We'll see how this turns out. Like I said, there was no kind of romantic thing. We were we were just friends and shared this gypsy going around and doing things, right, at different events and fairs and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I know if I find the book on kudzu, I'll find her name. Ha, how about that? There you go. Um, yeah, it's 4:46 here. So I love y'all. I'd have been done gone had it not for this weird smell that come in through the house. Now this don't happen often. I can't actually remember the last time where I had this. There, wait, I take that back. There are times when I have smelled strange smells and just went, wonder what that was. And then it just go away. This one is like lingering. So it just, from my standpoint, spiritually, it's curious. It's that it's lingering. So what does that mean? We'll find out. Now I might not, I might not find out for 6 months or a year, but you know, at the moment, that's the way it is. And so I send my love right back to y'all. It's, it's been a pleasure me sitting here yakking about shit and sharing. And I promise to take pictures and some video of some of this, land work we're doing around here. Uh, it'd be interesting for me to see what it looks like on video because how I see it when I'm going through the woods and how it turns out after I take the video is like, that that don't look the same. there's there's a difference in perception or something. Um, Maybe it's the actual amount of light that's lighting up the woods or the area that sets the mood where it's like, wow, it looks darker, and maybe I should change the exposure to lighten it up a little bit because when I'm there it seems my eye says it's lighter. It seems lighter to me, but it's dark when you look at the video. So anyway, um I'm going to take some video and pictures and I'll share what I can. And so I love you all. Be safe. I hope you are finding something in the future that will excite you as much as me waiting 40 years to finally have a dream come true. From now, I'm paying for it, but as far as access and it being here, and after 40 years, I get to go riding on a backhoe in my own backyard and get to do some stuff. Cheers. I can't wait. I can't wait. It'll be my turn tomorrow, So I can't wait. And I'm hoping he'll be around so like he can take some pictures of me riding on the thing. Either that or I'll get Duggar to hold the camera. That'll be fun, won't it? I can set it up on I've got several tripods, so I could technically put the camera on a tripod and point it at what I'm doing and let it take a picture. So I don't got no fancy tilts or zooms or nothing, but I can put it on a broad thing and watch me drive around through the woods on the tractor, with the camera and then show it to y'all. Because I will have a sling blade. You can bet on that. So, my dear friends, have a good morning. Drink some coffee, and yeah, I do intend to be safe. Um, my scratch today was quite literally by accident with a briar bush out down in the woods, and could have got it just walking, could have it just caught it. So, but with some of the stuff I did today, I could have been hurt a lot worse with limbs falling on my head and trees careening around me. I was having a good time. It's a shame I didn't have that on camera with some of that stuff I was doing today, but you know, there's still more woods, and having been down there in the woods now, I would like to set the camera up and show you before and after, you know. But anyway, so I love y'all, Susie Q and everybody, and whoever else is lurking out there in the background. Y'all have a great week. What's left of it. There's that smell again. Wow, that's just weird. I'll just have to see how this turns out. But I got to shut this thing off and let y'all go to sleep because I need to lay down and get some rest. I'm so looking forward to this, y'all. I'm like a little kid with a Lionel train set. And I'm that's what I was trying to explain before when I brought up the train set. Having this after 40 years of wishing to try to make it happen and things have never worked out right to now having, 3 days with a backhoe. Like I've said before, I was like, man, if I could just have a couple of days, guess what? So, I get a couple of days. So if this is a fruitful couple of days, it might be that in another year or so, I can save up enough money and maybe do something even more and rent the thing again, and make even more improvements. There's there's don't ever give up. That as the older I get, it's like, man, I didn't think I'd ever get to go meet all my brothers and sisters. And I got a picture of all of us right there. I didn't realize that there are a lot of stuff that I just never believed. Not that I didn't think it could happen. It was like, well, and then it did happen. It has happened. Don't give up, please. You know, and maybe it's just because I'm a cantankerous old shit, but don't give up. There's always hope. You might not ever see it. You might not ever see it coming. And then, boom, there it is. So, y'all sleep well. And I think you can tell how excited I am, but I really need to get some sleep. I got some chainsaw work to do tomorrow and some other work. And so it's going to, I get to feel like a, I'll leave you this. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I sleep all night and I work all day. I dress in women's clothing and hang around in bars. He dress in women's clothing and hang around in bars. Well, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I, I sleep all day. Anyway, I love you all. Till next time. Cheers. Peace out. And, Ween. Thank you, Bob, by the way. We love you. Till next time. Adios.